The army is standing outside the northern border of the Krasis kingdom. The army is led by Duke Elian, who is the lord of the northern frontier. But something is strange, because Elian is very shocked and scared after seeing the army of undead monsters approaching them. The main issue is that the number of the undead is beyond imagination, and not only that, the undead army is also bringing a terrifying poison mist toward them. The soldier standing next to Elian notices something and tells him to look there. Elian is startled to find that the undead army also has the undead knight, Durian, with them. Durian is an undead said to be capable of killing even 10 high-ranking knights in battle with ease. The soldier next to Elian becomes terrified, believing they cannot win against such overwhelming force, so he suggests Elian retreat and prepare for a siege. Elian is also very afraid, but he knows they cannot retreat since the northern wall has already fallen. If the city gate breaks too, then their nation will be finished. No matter the sacrifice, they must hold them back today. But suddenly, someone passes Elian and heads straight toward the undead army. Seeing that, Elian shouts about the person charging in so recklessly. The soldier informs him that it is Lord Urin Rox, sent to the battlefield from the southern Marquis of Rox. He is the protagonist Urin Rox, the one who fights with daggers. However, Elian believes Urin won't be able to defeat Durian. To their surprise, Urin defeats Durian with his dagger, finally killing him. Elian and the soldier are shocked to see Durian getting defeated so easily. They find it impossible, given the rumors about Durian's extraordinary power, yet it is happening right in front of them. Urin then throws his daggers toward the rest of the undead, defeating them in a single strike. Witnessing this, Elian and the others wonder if Urin is a saint sent by the heavens. But Urin himself believes he is nothing like a saint. Suddenly, a pop-up window appears in front of him, informing him that he has gained EXP and that the Firebone Mountain skill has reached level 1. It is a skill capable of even melting undead marrow. The 10,000 poison absorption technique has absorbed the toxin. The 4 Heavenly Venom Art EXP has increased, and the Firebone Mountain EXP has also risen. Urin thinks to himself that he is not a saint because he will take anything useful for himself. Everything started 6 months ago, when Urin suddenly woke up in bed, wondering where he was since the place was unfamiliar. A maid entered the moment he woke up, and he looked at her with surprise because she was very beautiful, yet he wondered why she wore such strange clothes and carried a sword at her waist. The white-haired maid asked the boy if he was all right. Even though he looked fine, she decided to call the priest right away. The boy tried to stop her because he wanted to ask something important, but she didn't listen and simply left. After that, he stood up, wondering where he was, but became shocked when he saw himself in the mirror. He realized it was not his body. He wondered where his original, good-looking, middle-aged self was. The boy, or more accurately, the man inside, started sobbing, questioning why he looked like a chubby child. He became scared and frustrated, wondering if this was a dream since he couldn't figure anything out. He concluded that if he just went back to sleep, he would wake up in his real body. Suddenly, the priest returned with more people, including a black-haired old man who seemed to know the boy. The priest inspected him while the black-haired man glared angrily, calling him the disgrace of the family. The boy was terrified, wondering who the man was. The priest laughed and told the black-haired man to punish the boy later, since he had just woken up. The man calmed down a little, and the priest completed his inspection, expressing surprise that the boy was all right despite fainting. He noted that the boy was not badly hurt. His mind seemed stable, and most of his injuries had already healed. The boy replied that it was a relief, but this made the black-haired man angrier. He said it would have been better if the boy had died, because he had assaulted his own fiancée. The boy was shocked since he had no idea what was happening. The black-haired man told him to act like a grown-up because he was already 19 years old. He appeared to be the boy's father, and he scolded him further, saying even his younger brother had already awakened his aura, while he himself was just getting fatter day by day. The boy was stunned after hearing this. His father continued, saying that once he had fully recovered, he needed to go apologize to his fiancée, Ilya, and warned him that his future would be finished if she refused to forgive him. Then, with a heavy voice, his father asks if he understands, and instinctively, Urin replies in fear that he has understood. Before leaving, his father tells him not to disgrace their family name any further. The boy's name is Urin, and he finally realizes the situation after hearing that he is Urine Rocks. He realizes that the person in front of him is none other than Urine's father, the Marquis Willington Rocks. Hearing that makes his father very angry, and he slaps Urine because he dared to call his father's name directly to his face. Urine falls to the ground after receiving the slap straight across his face. The priest and the other person stop the Marquis, telling him to calm down. Meanwhile, Urine is very surprised, silently praying that this must be a dream, and then he loses consciousness. The next moment, he wakes up again, finding himself in the same place as before. He grows nervous, wondering why he hasn't woken up from what he thought was a dream. The white-haired girl asks if he is awake, but Urine is in deep shock and suddenly asks if she is Aaron. She confirms her identity, which makes Urine even more shocked and frustrated. He then continues, asking if the reason he is lying in bed after passing out is because he went after Ilya, got beaten up, and fainted. Aaron is surprised and asks why Urine is suddenly being so formal. Her reaction startles him further, and he continues asking if he was knocked out by Ilya. Aaron confirms that he attacked Ilya in the room, and she beat him senseless until he fainted. Urine realizes he is now in a deeply bad situation. Aaron doesn't understand why he looks so frustrated, but Urine believes he is completely doomed. It becomes clear to him that somehow he has ended up inside the web novel he himself wrote, not as the protagonist, but as the trash villain who picks fights with the hero and, in the end, dies miserably. Urine is far from happy with this situation. He grabs his hair, thinking about how he has ended up in a world that is no longer just a webtoon. Aaron doesn't understand his behavior, but Urine begins crying as he realizes that the creator of that webtoon has possessed the body of Urine Rocks. To put it simply, Urine Rocks is a total scoundrel who has no talent, no skills, and never trains. He leeches off his family name as the heir, eventually loses his fiancée to the protagonist, and in his anger, attacks the protagonist, only to be beaten down instead and die pitifully in some back alley. Urine is terrified, worrying about how he is supposed to survive in such an uncertain world. It is a fantasy world, but he doesn't know what abilities Urine has at all. Still, he at least knows about the opportunities and items that the protagonist has not yet discovered. Thinking that, Urine quickly begins planning what preparations he needs to make. When he tries to stand up, he feels the new body is extremely heavy and falls to the ground. Aaron rushes closer, asking if he is all right, but he replies that he is not all right at all. Suddenly, while Aaron tells him to rest more, he sees something unusual. At first, he couldn't see it clearly because he had frowned, but now he notices a stats window next to Aaron, showing him her abilities. Her traits include Level 2 Swift Sword, Clear Mind at Level 1, and Aura Affection also at Level 1. But the affection stat is at 0. Urine studies the stats panel, making Aaron suspicious, and she asks what he is doing. Nervously, he says he just went crazy for a moment and insists she leave because he is fine now. Aaron follows his order and starts walking toward the door to leave the room, while Urine continues silently reading and thinking about her stats. Seeing her stat window, Urine remembers that Aaron was always designed to be stronger and more talented than regular knights. But what he doesn't understand is the affection stat. Reading it, he wonders if this world has elements of a dating simulation. He thinks that might be the case because he often played dating sims before. After Aaron leaves, Urine feels relieved that her affection stat is at least not negative, considering Urine's usual behavior, but he knows it's still a problem. After saying this to himself, he looks in the mirror and sees the fat body of Urine staring back. Suddenly, his own stats window appears, showing information like his special condition, morbid obesity. His traits include the Eye of the Creator at Level 1, and the 4 Heavenly Venom Arts, though it is currently locked with a sync rate of 99.9%. Among his skills, Urine believes only one truly stands out, the 4 Heavenly Venom Arts. Thinking about it, Urine remembers that this skill comes from the wuxia webtoon he loved reading. It was a webtoon featuring a powerful heroine, and the 4 Heavenly Venom Arts was a martial art of poison and hidden weapons. Urine realizes the lore of this new world is a strange mashup, but he also believes that if he can actually learn the 4 Heavenly Venom Arts, it might become his ticket to survival. A clan that often appears in Chinese wuxia novels is a prestigious sect from Sichuan province, specializing in poisoned and silent assassinations using toxin-laced hidden weapons. And right now, Yurin also has that skill, but it is locked. Looking at the stats panel makes him wonder why such a skill exists in a completely different novel world, since this is supposed to be a medieval setting. Despite that, the most important issue for Yurin is whether he can unlock this ability. Just thinking about it makes him laugh happily. The scene then shifts to Eren, who goes to the Marquis room. There, the Marquis asks her if Yurin has gotten up. Eren confirms that he woke a little while ago. Then he asks about Yurin's condition, and she reports that he doesn't seem normal because he stumbled when he tried to stand, and his body is still in poor condition. The Marquis finds it hard to believe, since even the priest said Yurin's wounds weren't very deep. He then asks Eren if she noticed anything strange, because normally if he had told Yurin to apologize to Ilya, he would have thrown a fit. But this time, Yurin surprisingly agreed to apologize without saying anything. Not only that, but the Marquis also notices a change in Yurin's personality. However, he believes Yurin cannot truly change and will simply go back to his usual behavior by the next day. Hearing that, Eren assures him that Yurin will surely recover step by step. This startles the Marquis, and he immediately turns back to look at Eren, which makes her nervous. He is shocked to realize that even he, as Yurin's father, has already given up on him, but Eren still believes in Yurin. Laughing awkwardly, the Marquis admits that he almost feels bad for her, saying he should have just let her live her life as a knight instead. The Marquis looks worried, thinking about how hard it must have been for Eren to serve Yurin. But Eren insists that it isn't like that, because today Yurin felt somehow very different from before, though it is difficult for her to explain. The next morning, Eren goes to wake Yurin and is shocked when he says he wants to start exercising. She cannot believe what she hears. Yurin then asks her to escort him to the drill yard so he can begin training there. Startled by something Yurin has never said in his life, Eren asks again if he really wants to train right now. Without hesitation, he replies yes, asking if there is any problem. The trait, Eye of the Creator, seems to allow Yurin to view stats, but as for unlocking the Sichuan Tang clan ability, he has no idea how. He wonders if it might be because of his obesity, so he decides to start exercising while figuring out a way to unlock it. Eren and Yurin begin walking toward the drill yard. Seeing the mansion's garden, Yurin thinks its size is equal to several stadiums combined, and just walking through it already leaves him exhausted. During their walk, they pass by several maids, and when they greet him, Yurin notices that every servant he encounters dislikes him. It becomes clear that all of them hate him. Considering how terrible the old Yurin had been, he cannot blame them. After walking for a while, Yurin, exhausted, asks Eren how long it will take to reach the drill yard. Eren replies that they will arrive soon and points out the third training hall, explaining that the first and second are mostly used by the knights. They enter the training hall, where Yurin notices someone already inside. He immediately checks his stats window and is shocked to see that the person harbors a killing urge toward him. This terrifies Yurin. The person's name is Rekka Alian, whose trait is Quick Sword at level 1, and his affection toward Yurin is -91. Rekka looks at Yurin and speaks, asking the reason for his sudden visit to the training hall. Completely frightened, Yurin blurts out Rekka's name, which makes Rekka smile. He says it is an honor that Yurin still remembers him. Shaking, Yurin points at his sword and stammers that of course he remembers, then quickly whispers to Eren, asking if something happened between him and Rekka. While Rekka resumes training, Eren asks Yurin if he really doesn't remember. Yurin replies nervously that he doesn't remember at all. Eren then reveals that a few years ago, when Yurin's father forced him to train, he called Rekka, who had just joined as a trainee at the time, and then Yurin scarred his face with a sword while laughing. After that, the Marquis gave up on trying to make Yurin train. Yurin is shocked to hear this and looks at Rekka, who is still training but glaring back at him with furious eyes, making Yurin tremble. He realizes just how hopeless and disgraceful the original Yurin really was. Understanding the danger of the situation, Yurin decides to leave, more like run away, while Rekka silently watches them go. Once outside the training hall, Yurin asks Eren if there is any other place where he can train alone. Hearing that, Eren tells him about the fourth training hall, but explains that it is very far away and the facilities are poor. In other words, it is just an empty field. Hearing that makes Yurin very happy, and he decides to turn around, telling Aaron that they will go there, claiming that he will lose weight properly. Aaron is amazed and points in the direction, telling him to follow her. After some time, they reach the fourth training hall, but Aaron is already exhausted. After catching his breath, he takes a look at the various kinds of weapons there while thinking about the Sichuan Tang clan, which specialized in throwing knives and small weapons. Thinking about that, Aaron picks up a dagger to try throwing it at the target. After inspecting it, he uses all his strength to throw the dagger, but it doesn't even reach the target and falls to the ground halfway. He had hoped that this might unlock his trait, but it still doesn't. After that, he notices Aaron watching him and quickly assures her that he was just throwing one for fun. He nervously laughs and says that he knows he should first build his basic stamina. Deciding so, he begins running laps around the hall. Aaron is amazed by the sudden change in Aaron's behavior as he starts his basic stamina training. He also tells her that he will train on his own, so she is free to train however she likes. After that, he continues training, looking very tired. Aaron later reports everything to the Marquis, making him very surprised to hear that Aaron actually came to the training grounds and started working out. The Marquis finds it very strange, wondering how long it will last. Soon, 3 weeks pass, and the Marquis is shocked that Aaron has not skipped training even once. Looking through the window, the Marquis also notices that Aaron has lost a lot of weight, making his appearance change noticeably. The Marquis begins to feel proud of his son, because now that he is no longer overweight, his face looks very handsome. However, he is still worried about whether Aaron has truly matured or not. Later, during the sunset, Aaron looks at himself in the mirror in his room, thinking about how much he has slimmed down. But the real issue is that the Sichuan Tang clan trait still refuses to unlock. After that, Aaron dresses himself and decides to give it another month. If it still doesn't unlock, he plans to steal the fateful encounter meant for the protagonist. Right after putting on his clothes, Aaron comes in with dinner, and he thanks her for it. The dinner she brought is chirin soup. Despite its crude name, it is a nutritious stamina dish, very effective for burning fat and building muscle. In the Rock's family, it is customary to eat it after every training session. But Aaron doesn't like the soup at all and feels doomed at the sight of it once again. Seeing his expression, Aaron asks if he is tired of it. Aaron instantly replies that he is, because he has been eating nothing but the soup for 3 weeks straight. Hearing that, Aaron asks him if he just wants to lose weight or if he truly wants to become a knight, pressing him about his real desire. Aaron gives her a thumbs up, saying that he wants to be a knight. Aaron then explains that in this territory, even the King Marquis eats chirin soup after training, so Aaron should stop complaining and eat his soup. Aaron feels threatened and immediately agrees, thinking that life is all about living and learning, even if this feels like an outdated custom. After that, Aaron leaves the room, and Aaron looks at the soup, deciding to put up with it for now because it has helped him lose weight. He takes a bite of the soup, but suddenly feels something strange, as the taste seems subtly different. Then, a pop-up window appears, notifying him that he has ingested poison. Aaron is shocked, and the pop-up screen changes, showing that he has satisfied the unlock condition for the Sichuan Tang clan trait. It is now unlocked. Seeing this, Aaron is completely amazed. Meanwhile, the Marquis, who is truly amazed by the noticeable change in his son's behavior and appearance, is watching him through the window. But someone suddenly knocks on the door, and upon hearing that, the Marquis gives permission to enter the room. It is actually the Marquis' wife, who has brought them tea. She is his second wife, and her name is Kana. She smiles and asks what the Marquis has been looking at so intently. The Marquis lies, saying that he was just admiring how beautiful the garden looks. Kana sets the food tray on the table, then comes closer, smiling, and says she has been personally taking care of the garden with great attention. The Marquis smiles again, complimenting her skills. She then hugs him from behind and asks when he will be choosing Colin as his heir, as he mentioned before. She wants him to announce it earlier since it is already decided. Hearing that, the Marquis tells her it might take a little more time. Her mood changes instantly, and she argues with him, reminding him that he promised to name Colin heir within this month. The Marquis confirms that he did say that before, but explains that the situation has changed slightly. He tells her she has probably already heard that Aaron has finally come to his senses, and he is also the eldest son of House Rocks. The Marquis believes that if Aaron truly applies himself, he could turn out to be a worthy successor. Kana agrees, saying she has also heard the same thing. She smiles, admitting she was so worried. But thankfully, it seems Yurin has sobered up at last. She continues, saying it must be a relief for the Marquis as well. He turns around and agrees with her, admitting he never thought Yurin would finally come to his senses after being struck by his fiancée. Kana again presses him, asking when he will announce Colin as the successor. The Marquis explains that Yurin has only just started training for a week, so it is better to watch him a little longer. However, he promises Kana that if Yurin goes back to his old ways, he will immediately give the heir title to Colin, who is her first son. After hearing that, Kana turns to leave, telling the Marquis that she will head to the bedroom first so he can finish his work and come quickly. After closing the door, her facial expression completely changes, showing anger and hatred toward Yurin. The scene then shifts to Yurin, who is looking at the panel showing that the trait has finally unlocked. He is shocked, realizing that the Sichuan Tang clan specializes in poison, and the unlock condition was to ingest poison. Yurin looks curiously at his soup and opens the stats window for its information. He notices a down arrow icon, meaning there is more information below. When he scrolls, the pop-up window updates, showing the ingredients. Among them is the Hanyang herb, whose attribute is paralysis. It is basically a medicinal plant, but carries a mild toxin. It is harmless to adults in small amounts, but if it builds up, it slowly paralyzes the body until death. Yurin is thrilled to see that the system displays this information. To Aaron, however, he just seems to be acting strangely, since she cannot see the stats window. She looks at the soup and remarks that he isn't eating it. Hearing that, Yurin quickly starts eating the soup. As he eats, he thinks about who could have put poison in his food. Normally, Yurin cannot be killed by poison, so he believes something has changed in the flow of events. Now that he thinks about it, something that should have already happened has not. In the original story, this was around the time when Colin, the second son, was supposed to be officially named heir. Yurin wonders why that hasn't happened yet. The only reason he can think of is that his sudden training has delayed the decision, which means that whoever put poison in his food must be from that side. Yurin munches happily while another pop-up window appears, showing that the condition for unlocking weak paralysis poison has been met. After finishing the meal, he tells Aaron that he has finished it, crying and saying it was so delicious it brought him to tears. Aaron doesn't understand at all and just looks at him nervously, but Yurin tells her to step outside because he wants to spend some time alone. She takes the plates and leaves, telling him to rest. Yurin waves to her, wishing her good night, then looks into the mirror and shouts for the stats window to appear. The stats window now shows that the Sichuan Tang clan trait is unlocked. Just like in a VR game, Yurin decides to focus on the plus button to open the detailed page. It shows that he has unlocked 3 skills: poison, hidden weapons, and martial arts. However, the other skills remain locked. He then focuses on the plus button for poison to see more details. It shows that leveling up requires special conditions, with different poisons available depending on the user's level. Yurin scrolls all the way down to see the final poison available. Seeing that, he concludes that he must first unlock all the lower levels. In other words, it is a level-up unlock system. To obtain the most basic poison, weak paralysis poison, Yurin needs an inner technique. This makes sense to him, since the Sichuan technique uses internal energy to wield poison. After that, Yurin decides to check the second skill, martial arts, and there it shows the basic inner technique selection menu: dark poison arts, thunder needle arts, and 10,000 venom divine energy. It also displays a warning, stating that Yurin can only choose one inner technique. Yurin laughs happily, saying it is an easy choice since he is a wuxia fan. Dark poison arts focuses on poison, thunder needle arts focuses on hidden weapons, and 10,000 venom divine energy takes longer to master but allows one to reach mastery in both poison and hidden weapons. The more, the better, he thinks. That is how wuxia protagonists always are. So Yurin decides to choose 10,000 venom divine energy. After selecting it, Yurin's hair begins flowing and his whole body glows. He is shocked because the mantras of the technique engrave themselves directly into his mind. With the mantras fully imprinted, Yurin decides to try circulating energy right away. He takes off his shirt and sits on the bed to concentrate. While focusing, he feels a strange flow moving through his body, chi. He then guides it through the proper meridians and stores it in the dantian to build internal strength. The next day, Yurin is still training, concentrating on circulating chi. He finds it amazing, realizing that martial arts novels weren't lying about training all night without sleep. It feels real, as he doesn't feel tired at all. In fact, his body has changed, and he feels full of energy. He can even sense the flow of chi around him. Not only that, he can tell how many birds are outside the window without even looking. Yurin also feels a solid, warm energy in his dantian, and now, if he circulates chi to his head, he can open the stats window without needing a mirror. The stats window shows that the 10,000 Venom Divine Energy is at 1 star. In other words, only 10% awakened. Suddenly, Yurin senses a familiar aura outside the door and looks toward it. It turns out to be Aaron, who has come to wake him up. She sees him sitting on the bed concentrating and asks if he didn't sleep, since his bedding looks untouched. Yurin laughs, saying it just turned out that way, but Aaron insists it is not good and tells him to rest today. She starts to leave the room, but he stops her, saying that he will train today because he feels great and is in top condition. She turns back, agrees with him, and tells him she will prepare breakfast first. After that, she closes the door, thinking about when Yurin will start gaining muscles. After some time, they reach the 4th training hall, where Yurin picks up a dagger to test his new skills. But he is shocked to see crosshairs in front of his eyes, like a first-person shooter game. With their help, Yurin can precisely aim at the target. Aaron watches him with a doubtful look, her expression clearly saying that Yurin won't be able to hit it just like last time. Yurin throws the dagger, and this time it strikes the target cleanly. Overjoyed, Yurin celebrates while Aaron looks on in surprise. At that moment, a pop-up window appears, informing Yurin that he has finally unlocked the hidden weapon skill of the Sichuan Tang clan. She becomes very curious and asks Yurin what he just did. Yurin replies that he doesn't know either and tells her that he can only guess it must be the result of the past month's training starting to show. Aaron seems very frustrated because there is no way anyone could achieve something like that in such a short time. This makes Yurin realize that it is the first time he has ever seen Aaron look so frustrated. Yurin smiles, deciding to try once more. He grabs a dagger and points it at the target. As he throws it, a fiery inner energy surges up from his lower abdomen. The dagger flies faster and stronger this time, hitting the target and even breaking the wooden target board. Aaron is even more shocked, shouting at the broken board in frustration. Yurin smirks, because to him, having a crosshair from an FPS game appear before his eyes is basically like using a cheat code. In his previous world, he used to play an FPS game called Battle Attack and even won the Yangdongpo PC Cafe tournament. Totally shocked and frustrated, Aaron asks Yurin what is happening. This makes Yurin ask her if she can feel anything coming from him. She doesn't understand the question and simply says that, aside from the fact that he has lost quite a bit of weight since yesterday, she can't notice any other changes. Yurin asks if he really has lost weight, and Aaron confirms it. She explains that since he has been training every day and eating chirin soup, he has been steadily slimming down, but today he looks even more noticeably different. Yurin goes along with her words, now understanding that since Aaron can't sense the inner energy flowing through his body, it means only he can use it, and no one else in this world can detect it. Smirking, Yurin thinks that he has truly gained incredible power. He smiles, grabs another dagger, and decides to keep practicing. Every throw hits the target easily. This time, Yurin aims at the same spot again, and his accuracy is perfect. Aaron is even more shocked. Out of curiosity, Aaron decides to try throwing a dagger herself. She throws with all her might, but fails to hit the target. Seeing that, Yurin laughs, saying there is finally something that Aaron cannot do. Embarrassed, Aaron blushes, but Yurin suddenly notices a pop-up window. It states that he has unlocked the Seikyon Danga memory trait, and also the straight cut skill. This means he can now throw not only faster and stronger, but also use memory-based projection with stones, wood, sculptures, iron swords, or any object as if it were a memorized weapon. Excited, Yurin decides to test it. He grabs a broken sword, but first tells Aaron to step aside. Curious, Aaron asks what he plans to do with it. Yurin raises the broken sword high in the air, channels his inner energy from the dantian down to his arms, then activates the straight cut skill and throws it. The sword flies powerfully, not only hitting the target, but also smashing the wooden board into pieces. Eren is completely shocked and anxious, asking Euron about the source of his sudden power. Euron lies, telling her that he doesn't know either, suggesting it might simply be the power of practice. Eren shouts that such a thing is impossible. Euron then calmly tells her that he knows she reports everything to the Marquis, but asks her for a favor, to keep this matter secret for now. Eren hesitates, trying to deny hiding anything, but Euron insists, saying he is testing several things right now. He assures her that he will explain everything to the Marquis himself later, so she should just wait. Hearing that, Eren finally agrees not to tell the Marquis about this matter. Time passes, and it is now the moment when the mansion's servants change shifts and head home. An orange-haired man is among them, walking toward his house. Euron silently stalks him and uses the Eye of the Creator trait on him. The man's name is Peru, and his traits are Poisonous Touch and Agile Movement, both at level 1. This confirms for Euron that Peru is the one who poisoned his soup. Determined, Euron begins following him, deciding to finally test his newly unlocked skill. He points his finger at Peru and activates Paralytic Poison. Peru suddenly feels sharp pain, his body freezes, and he collapses to the ground, unable to move. Euron laughs as he approaches, pleased that the experiment was a success, and not only that, he can also see the 1-hour duration of the effect. To begin his interrogation, Euron drags Peru to a safe place. Later that night, Peru opens his eyes, groaning in pain. Euron stands before him holding a lantern, asking if Peru is finally coming to his senses. He demands to know if Peru recognizes who he is. Peru is shocked to see Euron. Then Euron threatens him, telling him to answer honestly if he wants to live, and asks directly if he was the one who poisoned the soup. Then Euron tells Peru that he will ask him some questions, and if the answer is correct, Peru should blink once, but if it is wrong, he should blink twice. Euron first asks if he understands, and Peru blinks once, confirming that he does. Euron then continues, asking if the one who poisoned his soup was Peru or not. Peru blinks once, admitting that he was indeed the culprit. Euron follows up by revealing that the poison used was Hanyang herb. Peru is shocked to hear that Euron knows about it, and blinks once to confirm. Seeing that, Euron proceeds to the next question, asking if the person who ordered him to poison Euron was Marcianus Kana. But Euron is very surprised when Peru blinks twice, meaning it wasn't Kana. Euron thinks he is lying and places a dagger against Peru's neck. He repeats the question, asking again if Kana was the one who ordered him, but once again, Peru blinks twice, insisting it was someone else. This makes it clear that Kana was not the mastermind, since Peru does not appear to be lying. Euron decides to set that aside for now. He then hands Peru something, telling him to eat and swallow it, claiming that it is called paralytic poison. Peru gulps it down, and Euron explains that from now on, he has exactly 1 month left to live. If he doesn't take the antidote Euron has before then, Peru will die. Euron threatens him to follow his orders from now on. Terrified, Peru has no choice but to submit in order to survive. Seeing that, Euron places his hand on Peru's head to release him from the paralytic poison. After being released, Peru can finally talk again. Euron confirms this and immediately asks once more about the person who ordered him to poison the soup. Peru reveals that it was not Kana, but the Knight Captain Carox Livington. Euron is stunned to hear that. Peru continues, explaining that Carox ordered him to make Euron die of illness within a year. Carox is Kana's older brother, who became Knight Captain thanks to her marriage with the Marquis. Euron realizes his deduction was not entirely wrong. Carox is indeed Kana's accomplice, but that is not the most important part right now. Euron then gives Peru a sheet of paper. Peru reads it and is shocked to see it contains a list of poisons. Few people are as knowledgeable about poison as he is, and Euron explains that this means Peru can procure them from the black market. Euron orders him to use the money he receives from Carox to buy every poison on the list. He also commands Peru to bring whatever poisons he already has by tomorrow night. Shocked, Peru asks why Euron needs these poisons. Euron becomes angry, demanding to know if he gave him permission to ask questions. Frightened, Peru quickly submits. After that, Euron orders him to go. As Peru begins to leave, Yurin suddenly tells him that the soup must always be loaded with plenty of Hanyang herb from now on. Peru is shocked, unable to believe that Yurin actually wants to be poisoned. After returning to his room, Yurin laughs loudly, finding the situation amusing. He comments that martial arts is very cool and never thought Peru would actually fall for the paralytic poison, which was really just dried leaves lumped together. Now Yurin knows he must quickly master the Sichuan Tang clan martial arts, because if the story follows the setting he wrote, a terrifying event will soon happen in the outside world. The next day passes, and by night, Peru arrives at Yurin's place with the poisonous herbs he already possesses. Yurin inspects them and names them one by one. The first is Hanyang herb, the second is Ukrakpa herb, and the third is wooden vein leaf. Peru is shocked, wondering how Yurin knows about such rare poisons so easily. Yurin smirks, saying this much is nothing, since he can see everything clearly through the status window. Yurin then asks why Peru is carrying the other herbs, because if he only intended to kill Yurin, the Hanyang herb would have been enough. Hearing that, Peru explains that Hanyang herb takes a long time, and once resistance develops, it lasts longer than expected. But if it is combined with Ukrakpa after Hanyang's symptoms begin, the effect becomes stronger. Yurin understands that in other words, poisons become more powerful and subtle when combined. Curious, Yurin asks how Peru learned all this. Peru reveals that when he was just 8 years old, he was sold to the Livington family and trained under a poison master there. Yurin asks if there were many others like him, and Peru explains that there were about 20 children at first, but soon they all died. Only he survived. This makes sense to Yurin, since children without the poison affinity trait wouldn't survive long around toxins. But it also makes clear that Peru harbors deep resentment toward the Livington family. Yurin thinks to himself that he may have just found a very useful tool. He compliments Peru, telling him he did well, and dismisses him. Peru thanks Yurin and wishes him a peaceful night before leaving. After that, Yurin decides to begin his next step. He starts eating the poisonous herbs, one by one, even though he feels like vomiting. But he has already made up his mind tonight. After forcing them all down, the status window pops up with a warning that Yurin is in danger from poison and must perform breathing meditation. Concentrating, Yurin begins the meditation, determined to reach stage 2. The next morning, Aaron opens the door to wake him up, but is completely shocked to see that Yurin now has visible muscles on his body. Yurin has advanced to stage 2, acquired the martial art Little Dragon Step, and also unlocked poison techniques such as delayed toxin, truth serum, and soul-killing smoke. In the pop-up window, it also shows that Yurin has acquired the martial art Suryang's footwork. Yurin opens his eyes when he hears Aaron asking what is happening with him, and she becomes even more shocked after smelling a rotten odor coming from Yurin. Hearing that, Yurin stands up while Aaron looks like she is about to puke. Yurin realizes it is true that when inner energy rises and martial arts level up, the body expels a large amount of waste all at once. Because of that, Yurin says he will open the windows since it stinks so badly. Aaron quickly tells him not to open the window, but instead to immediately go take a bath. Yurin decides to follow her advice, and later, after changing his clothes, he walks alongside Aaron, smiling inwardly while practicing Suryang's footwork, which is now at level 1. Yurin uses it while walking. This Tang family footwork is perfect for fast movement, assassination, and evasion. Yurin still cannot believe that he is able to learn a skill that normally only appears in wuxia novels. As they walk, Yurin happily copies the movement, but Aaron notices and asks why he is suddenly walking like a drunk, wondering if his body is unwell. Yurin laughs nervously, assuring her that he is fine and telling her not to worry about him. He even tells her to relax her face a little. They continue walking as Yurin keeps doing what looks like a drunken dance. She asks again if he is really all right, and also whether he truly intends to train in Training Hall 1 today, even though there are many nights there. Yurin reassures her once more, saying he is fine and just wants to observe how the other knights train, so she does not need to worry about him at all. Aaron decides to believe him, and after some time, they reach Training Hall 1. There, Karox is practicing with his sword, while another knight is swinging a very heavy blade. 2 other knights standing nearby notice Yurin and start wondering about his identity. They recognize Aaron as Yurin's butler, but they do not recognize the young man behind her. They all question who he is, even wondering if such a handsome boy could really belong to the Marquis household. Soon, they realized the rumors they had heard must be true, that the young Master Yurin has lost a great deal of weight through training. Shocked, they finally recognize him as the infamous Yurin. The knights begin whispering about him, but Yurin becomes angry because he can hear their words clearly through his inner energy, even though they are whispering. Eren then points out someone to Yurin, telling him about a trainee who is training earnestly with good form. The man is a large, dark-skinned, muscular figure, and Eren remarks that he will likely become a junior knight soon. She explains that his movements are the basic sword stances of the Rock's family and instructs Yurin to watch closely. Yurin sees the man and immediately recognizes him as Kride, the main character of the novel and later an ally of the protagonist. Yurin had never described Kride's background in detail before the hero met him, so seeing Kride here in the Marquis household feels fascinating. Yurin thinks this might become a useful opportunity later on. Then, he looks at the other knights, all of whom harbor nothing but hatred toward him. But today, Yurin decides they will serve as the test subjects for his experiment. Right there in front of Eren, Yurin begins training while secretly planning to start by testing his prolonged poison skill on a pink-haired man. The pink-haired man suddenly felt very strange and fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Seeing that, two other knights hurried toward him, asking if he was all right. The brown-haired man asked what was wrong with him, even wondering if he needed to go to the toilet, but the pink-haired man replied that it wasn't that. He was in deep pain, before collapsing completely. Seeing this, the bald man shouted that they needed to call a priest. But suddenly, the pink-haired man stopped feeling pain and simply sat on the ground without saying anything. Seeing him like that, the brown-haired man asked again what was wrong now. The pink-haired man replied that the pain was gone. This made the others angry, because they thought he was just messing with them. The bald man scolded him, saying he had already told him to use the toilet when he needed to. While they argued and scolded him, Yurin and Eren silently observed them. At that moment, Yurin decided to test another skill, soul-killing smoke, which was currently at level 1. This skill creates illusions that cause fear and confusion within a set range. Yurin activated it right under the spot where the three knights were arguing. Immediately, the brown-haired man was shocked, suddenly seeing a monster in front of him, and he screamed. Eren was startled to see all three knights collapse to the ground, trembling in fear and shouting at each other to stay away. Eren was confused, wondering why they were acting that way, while Yurin watched with a pleased look. In their illusions, the pink-haired man saw a monster about to throw fire at him. The brown-haired man was attacked by undead skeletons, and the bald man was also attacked by a monster. He even drew his weapon to fight back, but the next moment, everything returned to normal for them. The three knights looked at each other in confusion, wondering what had just happened. Yurin decided to stop. They all explained that they had seen monsters attacking them. Satisfied, Yurin also chose to end the experiment for today, finding the results very impressive. He then told Eren that they should head back. Eren was surprised and asked if they were really leaving already. Yurin turned around with a happy face and said that it was too noisy in Training Hall 1, so they would just go to Training Hall 4 instead. As they were heading there, a maid stopped Yurin to inform him that a guest had arrived to see him. Upon hearing that, Yurin asked about the guest, and the maid revealed that Ilya had come to meet him. Yurin is very surprised to hear that Ilya has come and starts thinking about her, the girl who is good with her fists and has finally come for a visit. Thinking about it, Yurin remembers that around this time in the original story, Ilya began demanding to break off her engagement with him, but back then, he kept refusing. Reflecting on all of this, Yurin realizes it can't be helped now and decides to meet her. The scene then shifts to a room where Ilya is standing by the window, saying to herself that she will surely annul the engagement this time. Yurin enters, and Ilya is shocked when she sees his handsome face. Yurin greets her, asking if she is there, which startles her even more. She nervously asks who he is. Yurin, confused, tells her that he is Yurin. Ilya is so shocked that she shouts out loud, making Yurin even more nervous, though he still greets her politely. Ilya, still shaken, admits that she thought the rumors were false. Since it has only been 2 months, she asks how Yurin could have changed so much. Yurin replies that it is because he worked hard. She is amazed to hear that Yurin actually put in effort. Yurin continues, explaining that after being beaten up by her, He thought deeply about his life and, in the end, came to the conclusion that he needed to change himself. Ilya points her finger at him, asking if he is trying to pick a fight with her for revenge. But Yurin assures her that he would never do such a thing. Instead, he kneels down and tells her that he is very grateful. Ilya is shocked, and Yurin continues, saying it was thanks to her that he was able to come to his senses. He expresses his true feelings, sincerely apologizing for what happened back then. Yurin even suggests that if Ilya still wants to break off the engagement because of that incident, he will accept it as his punishment. Ilya is caught in a tight spot because she has never seen Yurin act like this before. She again asks who he really is. Yurin replies that he is the former scoundrel, Yurin, and bows once more to apologize. Ilya is shocked even further, staring at him with curiosity. Although it wasn't truly Yurin's fault, but rather the fault of the body's original owner, the reason Yurin now seeks forgiveness to this extent is simple, because of Ilya's traits. She is not just a simple heroine. Her Sword Queen trait is extremely overpowered, and in the future, she will only grow stronger and stronger. Later on, she will save the fallen protagonist and even defeat the main villain, all made possible by her Sword Queen trait. That is why Yurin believes that even if their engagement ends, it is better to restore their relationship and make her an ally. While he is thinking this, Ilya suddenly tells him to stand up, surprising him. She asks if he is serious about what he just said. Yurin stammers but confirms that he is serious and even promises it. Ilya doesn't accept it immediately and instead demands that he swear it, releasing her overwhelming aura. Feeling her suffocating aura, Yurin thinks to himself that he never imagined Ilya's pressure would be this heavy, though he has seen this scene before. Ilya orders him to swear that from now on, he will not live as he did before, and if he breaks this oath, she will teach him a lesson herself. Hearing those words shocks Yurin, because those were the very lines Ilya spoke to the protagonist in the original story, but now she is saying them to him. Unable to breathe properly under the pressure of her aura, Yurin decides to use his 10,000 poison skill, Magneto Divine Art, to resist it. Ilya is surprised that he is able to counter her aura and demands to know how. Yurin, keeping a polite tone, swears that he will not live like before. Ilya blushes at his seriousness, then finally steps back, agreeing to watch him. She warns that if he makes even one mistake, the engagement will be unconditionally annulled. Yurin is stunned to realize that Ilya has decided not to break off the engagement. Later, Ilya speaks with the Marquis, who asks if she has met with Yurin. She confirms it. The Marquis then asks if she has decided about breaking the engagement. Ilya replies that she has made her decision. She will not break it. The Marquis is shocked and nervously asks why. Ilya admits that she doesn't fully understand it herself. She explains that her father always told her that people cannot change. However, when she heard rumors that Yurin had changed, she became curious. She wondered if he might have returned to the weak but kind Yurin from his childhood. But the truth is different. She believes he has not simply returned to his old self, but instead has become a completely different person. That is why she wants to give him a chance and trust him once again. The Marquis is worried but also feels relieved. Ilya continues, saying that if Yurin ever goes back to being a scoundrel, she will teach him a lesson with her own hands. The Marquis is frightened but maintains his composure. Giving her a thumbs up, he asks her to take care of Yurin. Ilya nods, then stands up, saying that she will return now. Hearing that, the Marquis asks Ilya why she wants to return immediately, telling her to at least stay for a few days. It makes her anxious, and she reveals to the Marquis that she told her father she was coming to break the engagement, so staying longer would be awkward. The Marquis understands and suggests she see Yurin before leaving, but she replies that she will not, since he is training, and she doesn't want to disturb him. The Marquis appreciates her answer and tells her to give his regards to her father as well. Later that afternoon, Yurin goes to meet his father because he has been summoned. The Marquis is gazing out the window, and when he sees Yurin arrive, he turns around and pretends not to recognize him, asking who he is. Yurin is shocked, but then the Marquis bursts out laughing, saying it was a joke. He compliments Yurin, acknowledging that he has worked really hard. Then the Marquis asks if Yurin knows the reason he was summoned. Hearing that, Yurin asks if it is to begin his nightly training. The Marquis is startled by Yurin's reply and turns back, complimenting him again, saying he has also become quick-witted. The Marquis then laughs loudly and declares that he believes the time has finally come for Yurin to learn the proud swordsmanship of the Rock's family. But instead of stepping forward eagerly, Yurin raises his hand and calmly calls out to the Marquis, saying that he has something important to say regarding that very matter. The Marquis is utterly shocked when Yurin reveals his desire, not to inherit the family's swordsmanship, but instead to devote himself to the throwing arts. For a brief moment, silence falls between them. Then Yurin confirms, firm and unwavering, that his decision is final. He wants to learn throwing arts instead of swordsmanship. The Marquis, visibly angered, declared to Yurin that such an act was not permitted, dismissing it as nothing more than a cheap trick employed by thieves. He went on to state that with a crude skill like throwing a dagger, Yurin would be incapable of defeating even a knight, let alone bringing down a low-class monster such as a Borak. Unfazed, Yurin met the Marquis's words with confidence. Then let's make a bet, he proposed, on whether or not I can take down a Borak with nothing but a dagger. Hearing that, the Marquis finds Yurin's behavior very arrogant, considering it nothing more than useless stubbornness. The Marquis explains that a warrior's blade requires aura to destroy a Borak's scales, and that is why, in his opinion, even if Yurin practiced those throwing arts for 100 years, he would never be able to pierce a Borak's scales. Instead of arguing back, Yurin smiles and tells the Marquis that in that case, the Marquis, his father, will win unconditionally, so he should just make the bet. The Marquis is shocked and points at Yurin, calling him reckless, but finally agrees, deciding to use this as a chance to break Yurin's stubbornness forever. After that, the Marquis asks what Yurin will wager on the bet. Yurin reveals that if he wins, he wants to handle his own training from now on, but if he fails, he will follow the Marquis's will. Both agree on the terms, and Yurin returns to his room as night falls. In his room, Yurin stands next to his bed, clenching his fist. He realizes that Eren hasn't reported his training to the Marquis, so he can finally attempt a practical test tomorrow. Yurin becomes very curious, wondering how many tries it will take for him to pierce the Borak's scales. Just in case, he decides to eat some of the hidden poison herbs that night and raise the 10,000 poison Magneto-Divine Arts to the 3rd star. While he is in the middle of thinking, Eren knocks on the door and enters. Yurin looks at her as she explains that she has come to deliver a message from the Marquis. The time for tomorrow's bet is 12 o'clock, and the place will be Training Hall 1. Yurin looks at her curiously and asks if she knows the details of the bet. Eren reveals that not only she but the entire Marquis estate knows about it, and thanks to that, the estate is currently roaring with laughter. Yurin is shocked to hear this. Eren further explains that everyone is joking about how the young master Yurin will wet his pants in fear after seeing the Borak, or how he will simply run away. She tells Yurin that people are saying such things because, for now, he is still considered the public's enemy. Yurin is not happy with those remarks and looks frustrated, asking if those people will come to spectate as well. Eren confirms that they will, since the Marquis hasn't forbidden it. She is certain the training hall will be packed. Yurin feels anxious because the bet has suddenly turned into a spectacle. He then asks Eren for her opinion about tomorrow's event. Eren honestly tells him that she believes tomorrow will be Yurin's day. Later that night, Yurin levels up the 10,000 poison Magneto-Divine Arts to 3 stars. The next day finally arrives. Yurin stands in the middle of the training hall, which is filled with a large and excited crowd, making him very nervous. The Marquis, seated on the throne, calls Yurin forward and asks if he is ready. Yurin nervously replies that he is, but complains about the heavy gathering of spectators. The Marquis explains that he only intended to inform his magician, but somehow the news spread everywhere. He warns Yurin not to embarrass himself in front of so many people. The priest steps forward and begins casting short-range summoning magic to start the match. Yurin is amazed, having never seen magic in person before. A glowing circle appears in front of him, sparks of lightning surrounding it, and then the Borak finally appears. What amazes Yurin even more is seeing in person a monster that he, as the author, once created only with words. The Borak is an ocean monster, standing at a height of 150 centimeters. Even the common spectators find the Borak hideous, and Yurin himself is surprised at its appearance. The truth is, he had come up with the Borak on the spot, while eating rockfish sashimi at a restaurant. when he couldn't think of any other monster ideas. Yurin even believes that the Borik might be a little cute, if it weren't for its arms and legs. The very next moment, the Borik charges at Yurin, but he easily dodges its attacks, making the crowd and even the soldiers fear for his safety. Some soldiers near the Marquis prepare to charge at the Borik, but the Marquis stops them. Meanwhile, Yurin keeps dodging and thinks about how the Borik is charging without warning, yet its speed is not that impressive. Yurin decides to begin his practical experiment by throwing a dagger to test how thick the Borik scales are. But when he grips the dagger and looks carefully, he is amazed to see that the Borik has a weak point. Without hesitation, Yurin throws the dagger at the weak point with all his strength. The dagger strikes true, and the Borik instantly dies. Yurin acts nervously, stunned that the Borik was killed in just one hit. The spectators are equally shocked, struggling to comprehend what just happened. The most surprised of all is the Marquis himself. Soon, the crowd erupts, rooting for Yurin and calling him cool for defeating the Borik with a single strike. The Marquis immediately comes down from his throne, points at Yurin, and demands to know how he could defeat the Borik so easily. Yurin simply smiles and says that he aimed well and hit the right spot. The Marquis, however, is not satisfied. He insists that he cannot accept this result, which surprises Yurin. The Marquis argues that defeating a Borik with just one dagger makes no sense. Yurin hears this and taunts him, saying that surely the great Marquis would not go back on his own words. Meanwhile, the priest inspects the Borik and reports to the Marquis that the monster had no scales under its arm, which was exactly where Yurin's dagger had struck. This convinces the Marquis that Yurin's victory was nothing more than pure luck. Yurin replies that whether it was luck or not, a bet is still a bet. He turns to leave, but the Marquis stops him, saying not to be so dismissive. Instead, he offers to do it one more time. Yurin calls the Marquis unreasonable, but the Marquis presses further and decides to add another promise to the wager. Startled, Yurin listens as the Marquis declares that if Yurin wins again, he will grant Yurin one wish. But if Yurin loses, then he will begin learning the sword, just as they originally planned. Yurin is very pleased to hear these conditions and asks if his father is truly willing to grant him a wish. The Marquis then reveals that this time, instead of fighting a Borik, Yurin will be fighting a knight. After stating all the conditions, the Marquis asks Yurin if he will accept the bet. Yurin instantly replies that he will. He sees it as a very good opportunity, since it might be a chance to break Knight Commander Karox's pride. But Yurin also thinks it would be better to leave Karox alone so he can continue receiving poison supplies through Peru. The Marquis continues, saying that a formal knight would be too much for Yurin to handle, so he decides to have Yurin battle a training knight instead, which would be fair. Hearing this, Yurin asks if he can designate the knight for the duel. The Marquis, intrigued, asks how he plans to select. Yurin reveals that he wants to fight Kraid. Kraid comes running to the ground and bows to the Marquis, asking if his lord has called for him. The Marquis compliments Kraid's training and tells him that he wants Kraid to do something for him. Hearing this, Kraid declares that the Marquis may order him anything. The Marquis then points at Yurin and tells Kraid to fix his bad habits. Kraid looks at Yurin curiously, while Yurin waves at him. Seeing that, Yurin is shocked, and the Marquis asks if Kraid cannot do it. Kraid rises and firmly says that he will do as commanded. Yurin, smiling, tells Kraid not to worry too much, saying he will throw only 3 daggers, and if Kraid blocks all 3, then Yurin will let him win. This makes the Marquis very angry, and he orders Kraid to discipline Yurin thoroughly for his arrogance. Soon, Yurin and Kraid stand facing each other, ready to duel. The knights cheer for Kraid, urging him to win, and joking that if he loses, he won't get food, laughing about his punishment. Suddenly, a woman's voice cheers for Yurin, wishing him good luck. Hearing this makes Yurin very pleased, wondering if it was truly a woman's voice. Just from that cheer, Yurin feels emotions well up inside him. Kraid steadies his stance and tells Yurin that he is ready. Yurin turns around, takes up a dagger, and plans to go easy on Kraid for the first throw. But to his surprise, he sees countless weak points appear on Kraid's body, similar to the ones he saw on the Borik, but this time, there are many more. Yurin grows concerned, thinking that if he throws at one of those weak points, he might actually kill Kraid. So he aims carefully and throws the dagger without targeting a lethal spot. Even so, Kraid is shocked at the force of Yurin's attack, which is far too overwhelming. He barely manages to block it. The knights are stunned after hearing a sound like a cannon blast. Even the Marquis is shaken. Refusing to accept it, he inspects the dagger and then goes to pick it up, finding it impossible for such an ordinary weapon to have produced that kind of destructive power. Meanwhile, Kraid is trembling. Yurin asks him to loosen up a little, warning that he cannot let his guard down. Yurin then tells him to get ready, because this time he will throw with full power. Yurin thinks to himself that Kraid is still a main character type, so he won't die from this much. Yurin then throws another dagger at Kraid with full strength. Kraid braces himself and tries to block, but the impact creates a mist swirling around him. All the spectators, including the Marquis, are stunned to see that Kraid's sword has already shattered, leaving him trembling until he finally drops it altogether. Seeing this, the Marquis rushes to Yurin and tells him to have a private talk. But Yurin refuses, reminding him that the bet is not over yet. There is still one more dagger left. The Marquis is shocked and tells Yurin that enough is enough. Instead of agreeing, Yurin turns to Kraid and asks him directly whether he wants to end the duel like this. He tells Kraid to lift his head and asks if he truly wants to accept such a half-hearted result. Yurin reminds him that whether it ends in victory or defeat, reaching a clear conclusion is what makes a knight. He asks Kraid again if he is willing to give up. Hearing these words, Kraid hesitates but then, inspired by Yurin's speech, decides to continue. He asks for a new sword. Suddenly, a blue light bursts forth from Kraid, and he declares that he will not retreat. All the knights, and even the Marquis himself, are stunned to see the training knight Kraid awaken his aura at that very moment. Kraid now stands tall, showing his aura and taking his stance. Yurin, however, is not surprised. He already expected this. He knows that Kraid's berserker trait only manifests when he reaches his very limit. And now, Yurin thinks he can finally test advanced techniques on him. Kraid, standing in his stance, tells Yurin to throw his dagger. The Marquis looks very worried about the situation because no one expected such a massive amount of aura to manifest. It was on the level of a senior knight's talent. The Marquis wonders what Yurin will do. Yurin shows no hesitation after seeing Kraid's aura. He grabs a dagger and throws it, but instead of throwing straight, he makes it curve like a mountain. Seeing that, Kraid thinks Yurin is playing around and powers up to strike it down, believing he will easily counter it. But to his surprise, the dagger dodges Kraid's sword. Both Kraid and the Marquis are shocked. The dagger lands on Kraid's shoulder, knocking him to the ground in pain. All the knights watching are stunned. They murmur that Kraid must be exaggerating because the dagger looked so slow. Some shout that he must be going easy on Yurin just because he is the young master. Meanwhile, Yurin analyzes the experiment, thinking it worked better than expected. He realizes he had infused more internal energy into the throw, which must have caused tremendous pain. Seeing this, the Marquis orders Yurin to speak with him privately later and declares that Yurin has won the bet. Yurin smiles at this, then goes over to Kraid, who is writhing in pain. Yurin places his hand on Kraid's shoulder and heals him using internal energy absorption. Kraid is shocked to feel the pain vanish completely. He stands up and thanks Yurin. Yurin replies that it is no big deal, but Kraid apologizes, admitting that when the dagger flew slowly at first, he thought Yurin was looking down on him. Now, however, he understands it was not that at all. Kraid compliments Yurin, saying the move was a truly exquisite divine technique. He adds that there is no way Yurin could have learned such a skill in such a short time. So he concludes that Yurin must have been hiding his abilities. Yurin is surprised, but Kraid continues, asking if some secret organization is targeting the Marquis family, and if that is why Yurin has been concealing his power until now. Kraid happily admits that he always found it strange that Yurin seemed to be left out. Hearing all this, Yurin remembers that Kraid has the kind of personality that loves conspiracy theories. He tells Yurin to rely on him whenever he fights secret organizations in the future. To Yurin's surprise, Kraid's affection for him rises to 26 instantly. Yurin nervously laughs, saying he will, and tells Kraid they will meet again later. Yurin thinks to himself that berserkers really do have simple personalities. As Yurin starts to leave, Kraid shouts to everyone, telling them to trust him. That young master Yurin was never a scoundrel. and vows to spread those words everywhere. Yurin thinks it would be good to keep close to Kraid, who, as a berserker, can sweep through the Night Order on his own in the future. Yurin then approaches Eren, who is waiting with a towel in her hand. She compliments him on his hard work. Yurin thanks her and takes the towel. As they walk, Eren asks about the technique Yurin used at the end, saying she had never seen it before. Yurin replies that it was a new technique and asks what she thought of it. Eren gives her honest opinion, saying that in her head she ran a virtual sparring match, and if she had faced that move without ever seeing it before, she would have been defeated. But now that she has seen it once, she can block it. Yurin knows she is telling the truth because among her traits, clear mind is an extremely rare and powerful one. They continue talking, and Yurin mentions that Eren has received knightly education since she was young. He says that if she hadn't become his butler, she would probably be a knight by now. He asks her if she is satisfied with the way things are. Eren, amazed, asks why he is suddenly asking her such things. Later that day, the Marquis is reviewing documents in his office when Yurin arrives. Yurin greets him by calling him Lord and asks if he summoned him. This angers the Marquis, who tells Yurin to call him Father when they are alone. Because Yurin keeps refusing, the Marquis says his affection for him is fading. Yurin doesn't understand the situation, as it has never been this way before, but reluctantly agrees. The Marquis then asks about the technique Yurin demonstrated the day before. He says that even after searching through books, he could find no throwing skill that uses such clever movement. It has only been a month since Yurin began training, and no matter how much of a genius he is, it would be impossible to develop such a technique alone in such a short time. The Marquis' tone hardens as he demands Yurin tell the truth about what really happened. Yurin cannot reveal the real secret, but he had already prepared for this situation. He tells the Marquis a made-up story, that he found a book in the family library attic while searching for effective training methods. He explains that he tripped over a book left on the floor, fell into a shelf, and another book fell from the ceiling onto his head. This book had no title, only strange patterns carved on the cover. When Yurin opened it, a light burst forth, and something was absorbed into his head. After that, the book vanished. The Marquis is shocked and says the book must have been a magic tome. Yurin smiles inwardly because he already knows what magic tomes are. He himself set up this knowledge. He recalls that in the world, great magicians carve techniques or spells into books, passing them down as magic tomes. Because of this, the Marquis believes the story. He explains that their attic library holds countless books collected by ancestors, many unknown even to him. He concludes that Yurin was extremely lucky to have found the tome, and says with a smile that Yurin hit the jackpot. The Marquis then rises and says a promise is a promise. He will no longer force Yurin to learn swordsmanship. According to the additional promise he made, he asks Yurin to state what he wants. Yurin also rises and declares that he wants the position of heir. The Marquis is stunned at hearing this and immediately turns away. Yurin continues that if he says that, then the Marquis will not grant it. Hearing that, the Marquis hesitates but confirms that since it is his authority, he should grant Yurin's wish. Yurin intervenes, saying that the Marquis' expressions look far too comfortable. The Marquis looks startled hearing that, and Yurin continues, saying that he will only cause trouble if he becomes the heir. Not only that, but many within the family would rebel, especially Kayan, who would cause a huge fuss. The Marquis realizes Yurin is right and thinks about Kayan's behavior earlier. Because of all this, Yurin says that he will compromise for now. The Marquis asks if he really intends to compromise, then smiles and thanks Yurin. Yurin smiles back, because in truth he has no interest in the heir position at all. If he became heir, he would be stuck one-on-one with the Marquis every day, receiving education on castle management, a life with no freedom. Rather than that, Yurin would use his time to raise his Sichuan Tang family proficiency and travel the world to seek opportunities. The Marquis tells Yurin to state another wish. Yurin replies that his other wish is to create his own Night Order. The Marquis is stunned hearing that. Yurin continues, suggesting that he wants Eren, who is currently his butler, and Kraid, who dueled with him yesterday, as his knights. The Marquis replies that this is not harder than granting the heir position, and even compliments Eren's exceptional talent, saying it is far too good to waste as a butler. In the end, The Marquis decides to grant Urine's wish. Hearing that, Urine thanks him, but the Marquis asks who will take Aaron's place as butler, since none of the current butlers are suitable. Urine reveals that he has someone in mind, Peru, who works in the kitchen. He suggests that the Marquis make Peru a butler, but asks that it be presented as the Marquis's decision, not Urine's. The Marquis finds this suspicious and asks what is going on. Urine replies that he will explain later. The Marquis agrees easily, which makes Urine feel that his father now trusts him more and no longer asks unnecessary questions. It turns out that the Marquis's affection for Urine has risen to 74 points, an enormous increase. Urine concludes that being recognized as a son really does make a difference. Peru begins working as Urine's butler. Urine summons Aaron and Kraid to the training grounds and announces that they are going to be his exclusive night order. He tells them to train hard every day from now on. After that, he introduces his new butler, Peru, but Aaron doesn't look pleased. She recalls when she once asked Urine why he mentioned Peru as her replacement. Urine reveals that Peru is actually a spy, startling Aaron. He explains that Peru was sent by Knight Commander Karox and Kyan to kill him. Aaron becomes worried and asks why Urine is keeping Peru by his side as a butler if that is true. Urine laughs and assures her that it is fine, because Peru now only listens to him. Her thoughts are interrupted when Kraid asks a question. Seeing that, Urine gives him permission to speak. Kraid says that even though there are only 2 of them, since this is still a knight order in name, there should be a senior knight, even if not a commander. Then Kraid looks at Aaron and says that a senior knight should be someone strong, but she looks small and frail, so he should be the leader instead. Hearing this, Urine agrees that a strong knight should become the senior knight, so he orders Kraid and Aaron to fight right then and there. They begin sparring, and soon the result is clear. Aaron completely overpowers Kraid, forcing him to admit defeat. She then instructs him, saying that his attack patterns are too simple and need improvement, otherwise his moves can be read too easily. Kraid, visibly shaken, replies that he will keep that in mind. Aaron sheaths her sword, and Urine announces that the leader of the Knight Order will be Aaron. He tells everyone to applaud. Peru excuses himself, saying he will prepare dinner. As he leaves the training hall, Urine watches him carefully, able to faintly sense his energy even from a distance. Urine decides to test a new technique, using internal energy to create sound waves instead of voice, transmitting words directly to the target's hearing. This martial art, called sound transmission, is an essential skill in martial arts novels. Urine uses it and calls Peru's name. Hearing that, Peru turns back and answers, only to freeze in fear because there is no one nearby. Urine calls his name again, which frightens him even more. Urine asks why he looks so surprised. After calming down, Peru nervously asks if it is some kind of black magic. Urine corrects him, saying it is more like communication magic. Peru is amazed and says it is expected of Urine, who was never affected by poison. He explains that he has heard of black magicians who control poison with magic, so he concludes that Urine must be such a person. Urine is amused by Peru's assumption and decides not to correct him, telling him to believe whatever he wants. He then asks if the poison he requested earlier is ready. Peru confirms that the snake mind, a poison extracted from 100 venomous snakes, is prepared, though he admits it was difficult to make. Urine compliments Peru and instructs him to put the poison generously into the Tyrian soup that will be served at dinner. Peru, frightened, quickly accepts the order and runs off. Night falls, and the next day begins. Urine opens his eyes after training his inner energy. Since reaching 3 stars, his inner energy has not risen as quickly as he expected. He stands up, puts on his shirt, and thinks to himself that he doesn't know how much time there is until the world's crisis. He concludes that he has no choice but to leave the Marquis's castle. The next day, Urine informs the Marquis, who is shocked and drinking tea, that he is going out for a while. The Marquis is surprised because it is Urine's first time going out and immediately asks if Urine is planning to go to the town within the Marquis territory. Urine confirms that he is, and the Marquis continues by asking how many days he plans to be away. Urine maintains his composure while secretly thinking that he will actually go much farther, but there is no need to reveal that to the Marquis. So Urine tells him that he plans to be away for a week. Hearing that, the Marquis allows it, saying Urine has been training hard, but then asks about his escort. Urine had already expected this and replies that he doesn't need one. The Marquis is shocked and scolds him, reminding him to be aware of his position as the eldest son of the Rock's family. Urine nervously replies that he is only going to the nearby village, so there is no need for an escort. The Marquis scolds him again, warning that he still doesn't know how dangerous the world is. Even though Urine has become stronger through training, there is always the possibility that he could be poisoned. What the Marquis doesn't know is that poison no longer works on Urine. Since convincing the Marquis is too difficult, Urine proceeds with Plan B and pretends to agree, telling the Marquis he will comply. Seeing this, the Marquis calms down and asks when Urine will depart. Urine replies that he will leave in 2 days. The Marquis nods and says he will prepare an escort for that day as well. Later in his room, Urine admits to himself what he truly plans. He will not take any escort and will leave quietly tomorrow. That afternoon, Peru is shocked to hear from Urine that he doesn't have any money for travel. Urine demands that Peru lend him money, since Peru has funds provided by Karox for buying expensive poisons. Peru hesitates in shock, but Urine threatens him by asking if he doesn't want to lend the money. Frightened, Peru quickly agrees and hands over the money. Then Urine asks if Peru has that as well. Peru, confused, asks what he means, and Urine explains that he saw it last time when Peru took out poison herbs. He discovered that Peru also has a spatial pocket. A spatial pocket is a common setting in fantasy novels, a mysterious pocket capable of holding up to 1 ton of cargo while appearing very small. Peru hesitates again, but with no choice, he lends it to Urine. Urine smiles and thanks him, saying that with the spatial pocket, he won't need to carry a bag. Urine then remembers something, pulls out a herb from his pocket, and gives it to Peru. It is actually fake medicine, but Peru believes it is real. Urine instructs him that this is a month's worth of antidote for his poison. Peru is very pleased to receive it, and Urine compliments him for his good behavior, telling him to continue being obedient. Urine promises that if he keeps it up, he will eventually give him the perfect antidote. Peru is overjoyed by this promise. The next day at dawn, Urine gets ready to leave. He writes a letter and leaves it in his room before sneaking out of the castle. As he walks through the grounds, he notices there are very few people around at dawn. Suddenly, someone notices him and cheerfully asks if he is up early. Urine is startled but quickly goes along with it, confirming that he is. After looking at the old man, Urine senses something unusual about him despite his kind appearance. Urine wonders what it is and almost decides to use the Creator's Eye, but stops himself. After that, Urine successfully leaves the castle, remembering that this is the first time he has ever left its walls. After walking for a while, he comes across the magic tower and enters, approaching the receptionist. Seeing him, the receptionist asks why Urine has come. Urine explains that he wants to use warp. The receptionist immediately stands up in surprise and asks if Urine has used warp before. Urine replies that this is his first time. The receptionist then informs him that they can also accumulate mileage points for their customers. Hearing that, Urine remembers that he set up mileage just like airplanes. Then the receptionist asks about Urine's destination, to which Urine replies that it is Eldest Castle. The receptionist comments that it is quite far and begins the process. After calculating the charges, the receptionist informs Urine that it will cost 50 gold coins. Urine needs to pay and also sign the usage ticket. It was already expected that warp would be expensive. That is why Urine borrowed money from Peru. Urine fills out the form using the fake name Polion, which is a name he once used while playing online games. After checking the documents, the receptionist tells Urine to follow him and leads him to the rooms upstairs. The receptionist instructs Urine to enter the room and tells him that he will know he has arrived when he hears a knock. Urine steps inside, amazed by the warp chamber. Suddenly, the tower shakes with a flash of lightning, and in the very next moment, Urine hears a knock at the door. This signals that he has arrived at his destination. Urine is shocked by how fast it was. A brown-haired man greets him and welcomes him to Eldest Castle. Nervously, Urine comments that he didn't feel anything and is already here. The brown-haired man smiles and explains that the comfortable warp experience is their magic tower's pride. Hearing this, Urine wonders if he mistakenly set up warp experience instead of riding experience. The brown-haired man then shows Urine the way outside, wishing him a pleasant trip and encouraging him to use their service again. Urine steps out of the magic tower and immediately notices the Western-style buildings, which are completely different from those of the Marquis castle. Since AAS castle is in the Western region, the architecture is distinct in shape and style. Not only that, but Urine also notices the roads are filled with many people. After taking it in, Urine decides that his first priority is to find the blacksmith alley. He begins asking around for directions. After receiving instructions, Urine heads out to search for it, but no matter how much he looks, he cannot find the unicorn smithy. Since it is already getting dark, Urine decides to check one last alley. After climbing a set of stairs, he spots a blacksmith at work. The black-haired man looks up and asks if Urine is a customer. Urine replies that he wants to ask him something, and inquires if there is a blacksmith shop called Unicorn Smithy among the smithies in the area. Hearing the shop name, the black-haired man tells Urine that no such shop exists yet. Urine is shocked, wondering if he got it wrong, but then the man reveals that he had actually been planning to use Unicorn Smithy as the name of his shop soon. Urine immediately uses the creator's eye trait on the black-haired man after hearing his words and checks his status window. The man's name is Girinox, and his traits include magic weapon creation and fire affinity at level 3, as well as focus and precision at level 2. His affection toward Urine is at 14 points, which Urine finds interesting. Seeing his traits, Urine becomes happy, thinking he has found the right person. He asks Girinox if he can look at the weapons he sells in his shop. Girinox agrees and invites Urine over to his side to take a look. Urine walks around, inspecting the weapons, and then asks Girinox how his business is going. Hearing that, Girinox smiles awkwardly and explains that his shop is located in a corner, and since his skills are still lacking, customers usually just look around and leave without buying anything. Because of this, he doesn't know how much longer he can keep going. Urine finds that very strange, because the weapons he sees are no joke at all. Each of the swords has excellent abilities and blessings. Urine asks if Girinox made all of the swords himself. Girinox confirms that he did, but insists that they turned out to be failures. Shocked, Urine listens as Girinox explains that once completed, the swords became strangely heavy, so much so that even people with great strength could barely lift them. As a result, nobody bought them. Urine, however, knows the real problem. Only unqualified people have tried to wield the swords. If someone qualified were to use them, the swords would lend their power. Realizing that Girinox doesn't yet understand his own worth, Urine happily tells him that he will buy 2 swords. Girinox becomes worried and asks why he would buy them when they are failures. Urine, meanwhile, wants to gift the swords to Aaron and Kraid, but he is also searching for a true treasure. So he asks Girinox if he has any severely rusted weapons. Girinox is shocked to hear such a request, but still shows him the pile of rusted weapons, explaining that they are unusual for anyone to want. Usually, they are gathered up and sold cheaply since no one buys them anyway. But just as Urine had planned, he finds the weapon he was searching for. Girinox admits that he didn't forge that one and doesn't know where it came from. It was sitting in the warehouse, and he had considered throwing it away, but he felt it would be a waste, so he left it there. Seeing the weapon, Urine immediately says he will take it too. Girinox is surprised but agrees to sell everything to Urine for only 2 gold coins, since Urine had also chosen a defective piece. Urine is delighted at the bargain, knowing that once these weapons' true identities are revealed, they will become items worth not just 200 gold each, but possibly even more. Suddenly, Urine remembers something else. He realizes it's not just the weapons that are valuable. The man Girinox himself is also appealing. So Urine advises him that, since his business is struggling, he should consider closing the shop and working as a craftsman for hire instead. Girinox smiles, surprised by the suggestion. He admits that he has thought about closing before, but it all feels very sudden. Hearing this, Urine decides to formally introduce himself. He declares that he is the invincible spear who protects the South, Urine Rocks of the Rocks family. Hearing the name Rocks family, Girinox is shocked and immediately bows, apologizing to Urine. Urine becomes nervous at the reaction and tries to get Girinox to stand up, but Girinox insists he is comfortable like this and tells Urine to speak freely. Urine reluctantly agrees and tells him to rise, thinking to himself that the medieval class system cannot be helped. Girinox then asks why Urine would want to hire a blacksmith like him. Urine replies that it is because of his special talent. Jiranox denies it, saying he doesn't have any such talent, which is why his master scolded him every day. Urine is shocked to hear this. He doesn't know who Jiranox's master was, but clearly, they must have trained him in an extremely harsh way. Urine explains that he visited many smithies that day and saw many weapons, but Jiranox's stood out. They were crafted and handled with exceptional care. His swords are excellent, but what impressed Urine most were the handle knots, remarkably meticulous and essential for preventing slipping. After seeing such detail, Urine believes that Jiranox possesses a special talent that will one day bloom and flourish. Urine had just made something up on the spot, but he wondered if it would really work. Jiranox decided to follow Urine after hearing that, which pleased him. But then Jiranox laughed, commenting that Urine was very different from the rumors. Laughing, Urine asked if he meant the rumors about him being a scoundrel. After that, Urine told Jiranox he would show him something interesting. He pricked his finger with the dagger to awaken the mystical artifact, Agnes. The dagger began to float in the air, creating strong waves of wind around it. Jiranox was shocked and asked what was happening. Urine explained that it was a legendary ego sword, a sword that in the original story was supposed to be obtained by the protagonist. A pop-up window appeared, asking if Urine would proceed with the soul contract with Agnes. Urine agreed, and suddenly the dagger shattered, reforming into a new shape. Urine was surprised, because according to the settings, the ego sword should have had a cute girl's voice, but the current voice was not that at all. The dagger mocked Urine, demanding to know who he was to make a contract with it. Urine didn't understand, but the ego sword continued, claiming that Urine had no talent at all. This made Urine angry, as the ego sword seemed disappointed that it couldn't sense any mana from him, but he didn't like its attitude. The ego sword kept taunting him, calling him a nobody. Urine grew even angrier, thinking to himself that the sword didn't even sound like the delinquent high school girl character he had imagined. The ego sword then asked how Urine knew about its location and the release spell. Urine replied that he had heard it from meeting the Great Prophet, a background detail he had forcibly added into the novel for plausibility. The ego sword found it impossible to believe and asked why the Great Prophet would tell such things to someone as useless as Urine. It then asked if Urine also knew the abilities of the ego sword. Urine smirked and replied that he already knew everything, since he was the one who had created the setting in the first place. Agnes could be divided into two parts. One was the main body, and the other was a secondary body that functioned as a freeform weapon. Each part could transform into whatever type of weapon the wielder imagined. In the original story, the protagonist used it as both a sword and a shield. Even if the secondary weapon was lost, it would always return to the main body. The ego sword realized Urine truly knew about its abilities but taunted him again, saying he would never be able to use it because it could only be wielded with mana. The sword told him to give up. Urine, fed up, snapped back that the sword was too noisy. He pointed his finger at the ego sword, forcing it to become affiliated with him. Urine decided to carry it in its transformed state as a ring. After being bound to Urine, the ego sword suddenly felt a strange warmth. This assured Urine that martial arts energy could also work in place of mana for the ego sword. Turning back to Jiranox, Urine asked how much time he would need to organize his affairs. Jiranox replied that he could do it in just 2 days. Hearing that, Urine instructed him to meet at noon in 2 days in front of A.S. Castle's Central Park. Afterward, while Urine was walking down the street, he was noticed by Ilya, who asked why Urine was in S. Castle. Urine wonders why Ilya is there, but suddenly senses that the situation in front of the Central Park feels oddly familiar and questions whether it is what he is thinking. Ilya, riding her horse, notices Urine and stops to talk to him. Urine feels as if the moment mirrors the scene where the original protagonist first meets Ilya. Ilya keeps calling out to Urine, but when he doesn't reply, she raises her voice to force his attention toward her. Urine quickly apologizes while thinking about how the flow of the story has changed. Ilya dismounts from her horse and asks why Urine is there. Urine replies that he came to find a blacksmith. Ilya doesn't understand, pointing out that the Rox family already has many blacksmiths. Urine agrees, but explains that he wants to use his own personal blacksmith. Ilya smiles, saying that she would have helped him if he had told her in advance. Urine continues, saying it's fine because he has already found someone good. and then points toward Girinox, who arrives after preparing himself. Girinox hurries to the meeting point and asks if Yurin has waited long. Yurin replies that he has come at the right time and introduces him to Ilya as his fiancée. While they are talking, one of the knights addresses Ilya as captain, reminding her that they need to depart, but also asks about Yurin's identity. The knight's name is Musk, and Ilya introduces Yurin to him as her fiancé. Yurin rocks. Musk's expression changes after hearing this, but he keeps calm, greets Yurin, and introduces himself as the 5th squad leader of the Marquis family's Steel Hammer Knight Order, Musk Malin. Yurin politely replies that it's nice to meet him. Yurin, however, already knows Musk well enough, titles aside, since he is the one who created the character. Simply put, Musk is an extra with nothing much to him, except for a lousy personality. In the original novel, the setting played out like this. Musk and his Knight Order block the path, refusing to move. Musk tells them to step aside if they don't want to die. Then the protagonist steps forward, a fight breaks out, and Ilya appears just in time to stop it, beginning her connection with the protagonist. The important part afterward is that the protagonist accompanies Ilya into battle and saves her from a deadly crisis. But now, Yurin cannot find the protagonist anywhere to return him to the story. Since he can't allow Ilya to die, he steps in himself. That's why Yurin asks Ilya where they are going. Ilya explains that orc raids have been increasing near Eldest castle, and their Knight Order has received reconnaissance and subjugation orders. Hearing this, Yurin asks Ilya a favor. He wants to accompany her. Ilya is very surprised and asks why. Yurin explains that he wants real combat experience and also wishes to see her skills. Ilya argues that it will be dangerous. Yurin replies that it's fine, since at the very least he is good at running away. After some thought, Ilya orders Musk to provide Yurin with a horse. Musk strongly disagrees, saying they aren't going on a trip and that they cannot let their guard down, even if the enemies are just orcs. He points out that he can't sense any mana from Yurin or Girinox and insists they don't have the ability or luxury to protect them. Hearing his complaints, Ilya firmly reminds Musk that she isn't asking a favor but giving an order, so he should follow it without further argument. Musk, unhappy, has no choice but to obey and grudgingly says he will prepare the horse right away. As he leaves, he mutters that if Ilya is so upset, then she should just make him captain. Yurin and Ilya watch in silence. After some time, the group departs for the mission. While riding, Ilya instructs Yurin to stay close to her because it will be dangerous. Yurin agrees and tells Girinox to hold on tight. Girinox, looking nervous, grabs firmly as they set the horses into motion. They eventually reach their destination, and Ilya orders the knights to split into groups of 5 to search for orc settlements. She strictly forbids them from attacking alone and instructs that if they find a settlement, they must retreat immediately and fire a signal flare. After giving her orders, Ilya leads her team, including Yurin, in another direction. Later, at dawn, Ilya's group is still searching, but the orc tracks are too messy, making it very difficult to locate anything. One of the soldiers asks what they should do since it will soon get dark. Ilya considers and decides they should head back for the day, but suddenly, a flare goes up from another team. At that very moment, another flare shoots into the sky, and then another. Ilya asks how many have gone up. A soldier replies that he saw 5, but Yurin knows it was actually 4. Ilya reacts quickly and decides to head toward the closest one. They rush there, but upon arriving, they are horrified to find all the soldiers already dead. Ilya, worried about the other soldiers, decides to head toward the flare fired to the south. They hurry there, only to find the same scene as before, all soldiers dead. Ilya freezes in shock, but a soldier urges her to move quickly to the next area. Ilya agrees, but Yurin speaks up, insisting that they shouldn't move right now. Ilya asks the reason for Yurin's objection, and he explains that the orcs in the area are scattered, hunted down by the soldiers one by one. This means there will be no chance of winning like this. Yurin suggests that they stop the operation and fire a signal flare to gather their forces in one place. Hearing that, one of the soldiers snaps at Yurin, telling him to be quiet since he has no right to interfere, and even blames Yurin for the mess they are in. Yurin recalls that in the original story, the protagonist was also cursed out at this part, and even readers criticized him for making them frustrated. The soldier continues shouting at Urin, belittling him and telling him not to speak if he doesn't know anything about combat. Urin points at the soldier and coldly tells him to shut up. The soldier is shocked and suddenly collapses in pain. Ilya doesn't understand the situation and looks at Urin's face. Urin, visibly angry, tells the soldier to know his place. Tremendous pain humbles the soldier, and he starts begging. Urin orders him to just watch silently. Then Urin shifts his attention back to Ilya. In the original story, Ilya didn't listen to the protagonist and insisted on her own thoughts. But now that Urin has changed the situation, he tells her to judge wisely. Ilya silently observes Urin, then agrees, deciding to think with a cool mind. She orders the knights to fire a blue signal flare immediately to gather their forces in one place. The soldiers fire the flare, and they wait for reinforcement. Girinox, amazed by Urin's decisiveness, whispers to him about how he made everyone move according to his will. Urin laughs, replying that it was nothing. While Ilya is speaking with the other knights, Girinox remarks that many soldiers will soon gather. Urin, however, remains silent, which shocks Girinox. Urin explains that most soldiers won't be able to come at all, because the orc named Kurata has already gone around and dealt with them. Girinox becomes very frightened and asks what Urin is waiting for in such a dangerous place. Urin smiles and replies that he is waiting for real combat. Suddenly, a soldier comes running toward them, shouting for everyone to run immediately. The soldier is crying and trying to speak, but Ilya suddenly shifts into battle mode when she sees what is chasing him. The soldier is being pursued by many orc warriors, and they are in large numbers. Ilya is startled by the sight and turns to Urin, apologizing, because she believes he is about to die because of her. Urin calmly replies that it's all right, since they won't die here. Urin then begins walking toward the orc monsters. Ilya, shocked, asks what he is about to do. Ignoring her, Urin tells Agnes that it's time to try what they practiced over the past 2 days. He then orders Agnes to create black iron bullets with its secondary body. This is a technique Urin obtained when his 10,000 poison absorption divine energy reached 3 stars, but he hadn't yet had a chance to test it. Urin's black iron explosions are at level 1, a skill that launches hidden weapons which explode by infusing internal energy into the bullets. However, to use it, a hidden black iron weapon is required. Thanks to Agnes, Urin now has the ability to create that weapon. He throws it toward the orcs, and it attaches to one of their axes. A few seconds later, the bullets detonate, creating a massive explosion that defeats many orcs at once. Urin recalls the secondary weapon and happily notes how convenient it is. The remaining orcs roar and charge at him, but he uses the bullet weapon again, defeating another group. Ilya rushes up to him, asking what exactly he is throwing at the monsters. Urin shows her the secondary weapon, explaining that it's called Black Iron Explosion, and promises to explain in detail later. He then tells her that he has already reduced the orc numbers significantly. Startled, Ilya shouts at the soldiers, asking what they are waiting for. She urges them that they can win now. It is their only chance. With her command, Ilya and the soldiers charge toward the orcs. Ilya defeats the first one, while other soldiers manage to defeat several as well. But then, seeing their defeat was near, one of the orcs tries to run away. His path is blocked by another orc, this one with red skin. The green orc is tiny in front of the red one and trembles in fear. The red orc grabs the green one by the head and kills it on the spot. Ilya, the knights, and even the other orcs are stunned by the shocking scene. Ilya is startled by the ridiculous size of the red orc. Urin, however, stays silent, thinking that the legendary orc warrior has finally appeared. The red orc is none other than Kurata. Urin knows that if they cannot defeat it today, then all of them will die. Kurata roars, unleashing his reddish, formidable aura, which creates massive waves of wind. He swings his sword, and then takes a stance, ready to charge at Ilya. She knows she cannot counter his attack, so she prepares to avoid it. At that moment, Urin rushes in to save her, scolding her for just standing there. They barely dodge Kurata's strike, which crashes into the ground with immense force, while Urin carries Ilya piggyback to safety. Once in a secure spot, Urin shouts at Ilya, telling her she almost died just now. But Ilya is stunned when she sees the ground around them. Every one of her soldiers has been killed, and Kurata is already preparing to attack again. Yurin quickly decides to use the black iron explosion weapon against Kurata and hurls it at him. It lands near Kurata's ear and detonates, but shockingly, it has no effect at all. There isn't even a single scratch on Kurata. After taking the blast, Kurata says something in his language. Yurin is shaken, realizing that none of his attacks are working. Since Kurata is an orc warrior, his skin was originally set to be as tough as steel, but now, witnessing it firsthand, it feels terrifying. Ilya, furious at Kurata for taking down her subordinates, curses him. She finds it unforgivable and makes her stance, infusing aura into her sword. She charges straight at Kurata, striking quickly, but Kurata blocks her blade with his own. Ilya keeps swinging relentlessly, while Kurata parries each strike with ease. Jiranox and Yurin watch closely. Yurin is impressed, thinking that it is expected of Ilya. The Sword Empress trait is truly overpowered. It is still early in the novel, yet she is strong enough to push Kurata this far, even though Kurata's steel-like skin and armor are being attacked by Ilya. He still stands tall, as if nothing has happened. Kurata continues muttering in his language, then suddenly releases an immense burst of aura. Ilya is stunned. An orc using aura is unheard of. Kurata now launches his counterattack, and Ilya barely manages to block. Just as in the original novel, Ilya begins to lose ground against Kurata. Unable to handle his overwhelming power, she collapses to the ground. Kurata, unscathed, walks toward her. The knights rush to her aid and help her stand. Frustrated, Ilya admits that she cannot defeat Kurata. With no other option, she tells the soldiers that they must retreat. But as Kurata advances toward Ilya, Yurin steps in. Kurata speaks again in his language, but Yurin ignores him, pulling out a dagger for a direct throw. He launches it with all his might, startling Kurata, who instinctively counters it with his sword, shattering it in one blow. Yurin is shocked. Kurata destroyed his dagger with a single strike. However, Kurata suddenly notices a cut on his shoulder. The wound instantly explodes, creating a powerful blast. Kurata gets injured, and his arm becomes useless. Yurin laughs, explaining that the first dagger was a fake. While Kurata blocked the direct shot, he didn't notice the real dagger Yurin had thrown from behind. Smirking, Yurin points out that even though Kurata's skin is as tough as steel, not every part of his body is invulnerable. The weak points appear in the cracks of his armor, and Yurin won't hesitate to exploit them. Enraged, Kurata swings his sword at Yurin. Surprised, Yurin barely manages to dodge, by mere milliseconds, and avoids the next strike as well. He counters by firing another bullet, taunting Kurata and asking where he's going. The bullet hits, causing another explosion. Walking forward confidently, Yurin sneers, asking if Kurata is angry, then mocks him, saying he has no intention of being caught obediently. Yurin was greatly startled when he noticed that the orc warrior was preparing to attack Jiranox. The orc warrior leapt high into the air, its massive sword gleaming as it came down toward Jiranox. Faced with this sudden and dire situation, Yurin had no choice but to act immediately. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward, determined to save him at any cost. In that critical moment, Yurin decided to unleash the dragon step technique. Though it was only a small version of the technique, he poured all of his internal energy into it, pushing his body to its absolute limit in order to increase his speed. As the orc warrior's sword was about to strike Jiranox, Yurin reached just in time and managed to pull him away from the fatal blow. The warrior's sword smashed into the ground with terrifying force, releasing an overwhelming aura that shook the surroundings. The orc warrior's eyes widened in shock at the sight of Yurin saving Jiranox in the blink of an eye. Ilya, watching from a distance, was equally astonished. She could not believe Yurin's incredible speed and courage. After pulling Jiranox to safety, Yurin realized that the battle needed to be ended swiftly. He stood firm before the orc warrior and summoned his sword, Agnes. With a commanding voice, he ordered the blade to transform into the bloodflower butterfly, one of the highest-grade hidden weapons passed down through the Sichuan-Tang family. In an instant, the blade dissolved into a flurry of beautiful butterflies, shimmering with a mysterious aura, and launched forward using the curved shot technique. Despite the chaos of battle, Ilya was entranced by the breathtaking sight of the butterflies. She found herself unable to hold back a quiet compliment at their beauty. The orc warrior, however, reacted differently. Instinctive fear gripped its heart, and it desperately swung its weapon, hacking at the butterflies with frantic speed. But its efforts were in vain. One of the butterflies landed directly on its chest, glowing with an intense white light. The orc warrior let out a horrified roar just before the butterfly exploded. The explosion took down the orc warrior. Both Ilya and Yurin were shocked by the devastating power of the hidden weapon. Yurin had expected the bloodflower butterfly to be strong, but he had not imagined it would completely take down the orc warriors with a single strike. The soldiers standing nearby were equally stunned, their voices trembling as one of them stammered that the orc warrior had finally fallen and victory was theirs. However, Ilya quickly regained her composure. Thinking clearly, she warned the soldiers that the battle was not over yet, as smaller orc forces still remained nearby. The lesser orcs, startled by her declaration, began to panic. Without wasting a moment, Ilya charged toward them, leading her soldiers to finish the fight once and for all. Meanwhile, Girinox approached Yurin with gratitude. He thanked him sincerely for saving his life. With that, Yurin's first real battle had ended in success. As night fell, Ilya and her soldiers had completely destroyed the remnants of the orc forces, securing victory at last. After the battle, Yurin approached Ilya with concern, asking if she had been injured anywhere. Ilya reassured him that she was unharmed but admitted that since she owed him her life, it was difficult to express how much she truly appreciated his actions. Yurin only laughed warmly, telling her that helping one another was natural and nothing to dwell on. He then reminded her of the question she had asked earlier about whether he had learned swordsmanship. With a calm smile, he revealed the truth. He had trained in hidden weapons instead of the sword. Ilya was visibly shocked by this revelation. She asked if he truly meant weapons like daggers. Yurin confirmed, explaining that the explosive orb from earlier and even the butterfly technique he had just used were both hidden weapons. Ilya was deeply impressed and somewhat overwhelmed by his skill. She realized that Yurin had mastered hidden weapons to an incredible degree. Yurin, on the other hand, quietly hoped that this experience would broaden her perspective. After all, Ilya had been trained all her life to believe that the sword was the supreme weapon. Now, perhaps, she would come to respect the potential of other arts as well. One of the soldiers quickly reported to Ilya about the preparation of the magic pouch. Hearing this, Ilya raised her sword and declared firmly that even if they could not gather all the remains of orcs right now, they must at least take the remains of the orc warriors as proof of victory. With a sharp motion, she gathered the remains of the orc warrior herself. Girinox was stunned when he saw the size of the orc warrior. Shaking his head in disbelief, he commented that the magic pouch would surely get dirty if they placed the remains of orc warrior inside like that. Ilya looked back at him calmly, explaining that it was fine because the pouch had originally been prepared for storing the remains of the monsters. Therefore, they did not need to worry about it going to waste. With that reassurance, she put the remains of orc warrior into the pouch without hesitation. Once the task was complete, Ilya turned to Yurin and informed him that they needed to depart quickly since the night was growing late and deep. The group mounted their horses and began their journey, but their path was soon interrupted by Musk and two other soldiers who suddenly appeared. Narrowing her eyes, Ilya demanded to know where Musk had been, reminding him that it had been quite some time since the signal flare had gone off. Musk, visibly startled, as if afraid of being caught for some wrongdoing. In a shaky voice, he explained that they had gone too far ahead and had been attacked by orcs on the way back, which caused them to be delayed while fighting. Ilya listened carefully, her expression skeptical. She found his words suspicious and pressed further, asking why only two soldiers had returned with him if his story was true. Musk quickly replied that the rest of the soldiers had been wiped out since the orcs were far stronger than expected. Unconvinced, Ilya demanded to see the bodies of the fallen soldiers and ordered Musk to guide her to the battlefield. Musk's expression faltered, and he nervously tried to persuade her not to go, claiming that it was already too late and that they could check the location tomorrow instead. But Ilya's voice rose sharply with authority as she shouted that he would guide her there immediately. At that, Musk let out a long, uneasy breath and stepped closer to Ilya, pretending to describe the location. However, in an instant, he unsheathed his sword and launched a sudden attack against her. Ilya was caught off guard, her eyes widening in shock at the betrayal. But before the blade could reach her, Yurin reacted swiftly. He hurled a dagger with precise accuracy, striking Musk's arm and forcing him to drop his weapon. Musk cried out in pain and tumbled from his horse, clutching his injured arm. Yurin's voice burned with fury as he confronted Musk, asking if he truly believed such a foolish act would deceive him. He pointed out that any soldier who claimed to have fought a fierce battle with orcs should be exhausted or injured, yet Musk and his men looks completely fine. His words cut through the air as he accused Musk and the two soldiers of colluding with the orcs from the very beginning, leaking information and betraying their comrades. Hearing this, Musk began trembling uncontrollably, and his reaction alone was enough to confirm his guilt. Yurin knew the truth of the betrayal because he was the one who had written this story from the start, and nothing could escape his knowledge. Ilya, filled with righteous anger, drew her sword to deliver justice. Musk fell to his knees and begged for mercy, speaking desperately about the achievements his family had offered to the realm. But Ilya's face remained cold, and she refused to listen to what she considered nothing but lies and excuses. With unwavering determination, she struck with her sword, ending his deceit once and for all. Yurin, watching her fierce resolve, could not help but compliment her strength and decisive nature. Ilya then commanded her soldiers to capture the two remaining traitors. They fell to the ground, begging for their lives and claiming they were only following Musk's orders. The next day, at Aas Castle, the morning passed into midday. Inside his quarters, Girinox was busy trying to wake Yurin from his deep slumber. Yurin slowly opened his eyes, confused, and asked what was wrong. Girinox laughed lightly and told him to wake up properly since it was already lunchtime. Then, with a playful grin, he added that Ilya had arrived dressed in a stunning black gown. Hearing this, Yurin sat up in surprise, his eyes widening as he imagined the unexpected sight of Ilya in such elegant attire. After opening his eyes and noticing Ilya standing there, the very first thing Yurin asked about was her unusual outfit, something completely different from what she had ever worn before. Instead of addressing his question, Ilya brushed it aside and calmly told him to come with her to her house, which immediately surprised Yurin. She revealed that her father wanted to meet him, and therefore, he needed to accompany her. Looking at her now, Yurin thought to himself that the title of the world's greatest beauty was indeed not an exaggeration. Her graceful presence proved it to be true. With no real choice left, Yurin accepted the invitation, though in his heart he remembered the development from the original novel. This was the very moment where the protagonist saved Ilya and later went on to meet Marquis. Ilya then decided to leave the room, instructing Yurin to prepare himself and meet her outside. Before doing so, Yurin secretly glanced at her status window and realized something important. Her affection toward him had already risen to the level of favorable, and that was simply from helping her once. For Yurin, this was both unexpected and significant. Ilya waited patiently while Yurin got ready, and soon the two of them met up and began walking together. However, they did not get far before being stopped by a crowd of commoners. Upon seeing Ilya, the people began calling out to her as the Iron Blood Knight. It turned out that rumors had already spread, saying she was the warrior who bravely faced the terrifying orc warrior without retreating. The honorable title suited her well, and it was the exact same title mentioned in the original novel. The commoners then noticed Yurin at her side. The young women among them blushed and whispered excitedly, referring to him as Steel Mage Yurin, remarking on how handsome he looked. Yurin was caught completely off guard by this new title, but the explanation became clear. After hearing the testimonies of the surviving soldiers, people had begun spreading stories. Since the soldiers saw Yurin handle steel attacks, they had assumed he was some kind of mage who could control steel. Ilya, a faint blush on her cheeks, turned to Yurin and repeated once again that she was deeply grateful for him saving her life not just once, but twice. Yurin felt a wave of happiness at her words and replied warmly that protecting her had been the natural thing to do. Ilya went on to explain that earlier that morning, she had led soldiers back to the forest in order to retrieve the remains left behind. When they arrived at the battlefield, the scene was far more devastating than she had imagined. The gruesome sight left her shaken. At that moment, she realized with absolute certainty that if Yurin had not been there the previous day, she too would have ended up dying as well. Yurin silently listened to her confession, saying nothing, but the weight of her words sank deep into him. Ilya, however, did not allow despair to overtake her. As she continued walking, she resolved firmly within her heart to train harder than ever before and grow into a warrior who would stand above everyone else. She made up her mind that she would never be defeated again. Hearing her determination, Yurin smiled to himself. He knew that this was the turning point where she would finally bloom into her true talent, eventually becoming the powerful warrior worthy of the legendary Sword Emperor trait. Soon, they arrived outside. Ilya revealed that although the Marquis family estate was not far from the castle, her father had still arranged for a warp circle to transport them comfortably. The three of them stepped into the circle, where mages began their chant. In the very next instant, the scenery around them shifted, and they found themselves standing before the grand estate. Yurin was taken aback by how the surroundings had changed in the blink of an eye, while Ilya calmly welcomed him to her family home. Without pausing, she began leading the way inside, with Yurin and Girinox following closely behind. Yurin, however, felt a strange sensation in his body and realized he might be experiencing what the magic tower once described as warp sickness. Meanwhile, Girinox could hardly contain his amazement at the vast beauty of the Marquis estate. Wide-eyed, he even asked Yurin if he also lived in a mansion as magnificent as this one. Yurin tried to keep his composure, reminding himself that soon he would be officially welcomed and seated for a meal, just as the original protagonist had been in the novel. Back in Tyrian, he had only eaten plain soup every day, but today he was certain he would finally taste noble food fit for royalty. When they entered the grand dining room, Ilya's father was already waiting. With a commanding presence, he addressed Yurin, telling him to come closer. Yurin walked forward respectfully and prepared to greet him, but Ilya's father simply waved his hand, saying there was no need for such formality, and asked Yurin to sit down comfortably. Yurin modestly took his seat at the dining table, maintaining his composure in front of Ilya's father. Marquis began by expressing his gratitude, saying that before anything else, before even being Yurin's future father-in-law, he was most thankful as Ilya's father. He sincerely appreciated Yurin for saving his daughter's life. Yurin responded politely, humbly stating that it was no trouble at all, and that protecting Ilya was simply something he naturally had to do. Soon after, the chef arrived, carefully carrying the meal and placing it in front of Yurin. At first, Yurin's eyes lit up in anticipation, his mouth almost watering as he eagerly wondered what kind of exquisite dish they had prepared for him. To his surprise, however, the meal turned out to be none other than the Marquis family's traditional Tyrian soup. Though it was slightly different from the Rox family version, the Marquis family had their own secret recipe that made the soup richer and more savory. Still, Yurin's excitement quickly faded. Internally, he sighed, feeling disappointed to once again see the same kind of soup set before him. Marquis, however, seemed quite proud of the dish. He began talking at length about the tradition, explaining that just like the Rox family, the Marquis family also had the custom of eating Tyrian soup after battles. He insisted that Yurin should eat well, treating it as both nourishment and honor. Left with no choice, Yurin picked up his spoon and began eating. Inwardly, though, he thought to himself that there was nothing particularly special about their version of the soup. After all, he was someone who had once eaten Tyrian mixed with poison, so this was far from impressive to him. As the meal continued, Marquis suddenly decided to cut straight to the point. He looked at Yurin and directly asked when he intended to marry Ilya. Yurin was caught off guard by the bold question, nearly choking on his soup. Marquis pressed further, saying plainly that Yurin was about to marry his daughter, leaving no room for hesitation. Ilya's cheeks instantly turned bright red, and she lowered her gaze, clearly flustered and embarrassed by her father's words. Yurin, however, quickly realized that Marquis was testing him. From what he remembered, Marquis's affection toward him was initially at -10, and for it to rise even slightly must have meant something significant had changed compared to the original novel's events. Deciding to give a bold answer, Yurin declared that he wished to marry Ilya right away. His words caused Ilya to blush even more deeply, her heart racing at his sudden confidence. But Yurin quickly continued, clarifying that he had not yet become the official heir of his family, and was still viewed coldly because of his past life as a scoundrel. With determination in his voice, Yurin stated firmly that he would change himself and grow into a man truly worthy of Ilya. Only when he officially became the heir would he take her hand in marriage. Ilya was visibly impressed by his resolve, her eyes softening with admiration. However, her father was not yet convinced. Marquis asked bluntly whether becoming the heir was even possible for Yurin, given that his brothers were known to be geniuses. He pressed further, asking if Yurin was truly claiming that he could surpass his brothers and seize the position of heir. Without the slightest hesitation, Yurin looked him straight in the eye and replied with full confidence that he could and that he would. Marcus's stern expression slowly melted into a smile. He admitted he was impressed by Yurin's changes and praised his determination. In that moment, Marquis decided that he would support Yurin's growth and future. After this, Marquis shifted the conversation, informing Yurin that there had already been contact from his father. This revelation shocked Yurin. Marquis explained that news of the events had already reached the Rock's family through communication magic, as someone had relayed the story. Yurin, curious, asked what exactly his father had said. Marquis answered that Marquis Rocks wanted to speak to him directly through communication magic and had requested a later conversation. He added that once the meal was finished, he would personally guide Yurin to the communication room so that he could contact his father. Grateful for this, Yurin thanked him, though he noticed Ilya sulking quietly beside him, for reasons he could not quite understand. Regardless, it seemed he had managed to leave a favorable impression on Marquis. Later that day, Yurin was escorted to the communication room. The magical circle lit up, and suddenly, he was face to face with his father through a live projection. It felt strangely similar to speaking through a modern video call, like a beam of magic projecting his father's image into the room. His father's expression, however, was filled with anger. The Marquis immediately scolded him harshly, his voice echoing like thunder. Yurin, overwhelmed, quickly apologized, trying to calm his father's fury. Yet beneath his anger, the Marquis's concern showed. After his initial curses, he suddenly asked if Yurin had been injured anywhere. Yurin reassured him that he was completely fine. Then came the question that mattered most. His father asked if it was true that Yurin had saved Ilya and slain the orc warrior. Yurin nervously admitted that it was true, but he downplayed his actions, claiming that he had simply been lucky and that things had turned out that way by chance. His father, after a long pause, decided not to press for more details. He stated that he would hear the full story when Yurin returned. Finally, the Marquis asked when Yurin planned to come back. Yurin replied that he would return the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, his father gave one last order, that Yurin should bring his brothers with him when he returned. Yurin gets shocked hearing this. After talking with his father, Yurin spends a joyful evening with Ilya and her father, who is taken aback to learn that Yurin will be leaving as early as tomorrow. Ilya's father, surprised yet pleased to see him again, suggests that Yurin stay for a few more days since it has been such a long time since their last meeting. Yurin smiles politely and replies that he truly appreciates the offer, but his father has entrusted him with an important task that he must complete without delay. Hearing this, Ilya's father offers to provide Yurin with warp magic so that his journey will be more comfortable and less time-consuming. However, Yurin gently declines, explaining that he is still in a stage of growth where he must strengthen himself through continuous training and that relying on warp magic would only hold him back. Impressed by Yurin's determination, Ilya's father laughs warmly and praises his mindset, commenting that Yurin has really grown into a fine young man. He expresses his excitement to see just how much stronger Yurin will become in the future. Yurin, slightly flustered by the praise, glances toward Ilya, thanking her father for his kind words. To his surprise, Ilya is also smiling after hearing his response, which leaves Yurin wondering why she's smiling so brightly. He suspects that maybe she liked his confident answer this time. But in truth, there is another reason Yurin refuses to use the Marquis family's warp magic. After leaving the mansion, Yurin sets out with Girinox, ready to begin his next journey. However, when they start heading in a different direction, Girinox grows confused and asks why they're not going toward the capital as planned. Yurin turns back with a calm smile and says there's a place they need to visit first. He points toward the massive mountain beside the Marquis, the mountain known for housing the ancient dragon's lair. Girinox instantly recognizes it and admits that he once visited the lair long ago, before he opened his forge. Curious, he asks Urin if he plans to go there to make a wish like the old legends say. Urin smirks and shakes his head, revealing that his true goal is to claim a hidden treasure. Girinox looks puzzled, completely unaware of any treasure in that place. What he doesn't know is that this treasure is something only Urin is aware of, a secret that originally belonged to the protagonist of the story. As they approach the mountain, they eventually find the cave entrance marked Dragon's Lair, once believed to be the home of dragons in ancient times. To their surprise, even at such an early hour, several people are seen visiting the cave. Girinox glances at Urin with concern, wondering if they'll be able to find the treasure with so many people around. Urin calmly explains that those people are illusions, fakes created by old magic, and tells Girinox that the world is full of hidden mysteries. Then, with quiet determination, he instructs Girinox to follow him without making a sound as they move around to the other side of the mountain. Girinox, though confused, doesn't question Urin's command and simply follows along. By the time they reach the back side of the mountain, he looks around, frustrated, saying that there's nothing there. But Urin's sharp eyes have already spotted what he came for, a concealed handle embedded into the rock wall, crafted in the peculiar shape of a car door handle. He scans the area carefully to make sure no one is watching, then grabs the handle and pulls it just like opening a car door. Instantly, a hidden door materializes and swings open, revealing a secret passage behind it. Girinox's eyes widen in disbelief as he stammers, asking what kind of magic could possibly create such a thing. Urin doesn't bother explaining. Instead, he gestures for Girinox to follow. Together, they step into the hidden passageway as the door silently closes behind them, sealing their presence from the outside world. Girinox finds the inside of the cave far brighter than he expected. While marveling at the sight, he suddenly spots a sparkling gemstone embedded in the wall, and his eyes light up with excitement. Just as he reaches toward it, Urin quickly raises his hand, stopping him in his tracks and firmly ordering him not to touch it. Confused, Girinox freezes and looks at Urin, asking nervously what kind of trap could be hidden in something that looks so harmless. Urin smirks and calmly explains that if Girinox were to touch that gemstone, the entire chamber would instantly transform into a sea of fire. The thought alone makes Girinox tremble, his face turning pale as he takes a careful step back. Urin continues walking ahead and instructs Girinox to stay close behind him because the cave is filled with numerous traps like this one. Girinox gulps nervously but obeys without argument, determined not to make a fatal mistake. After a cautious walk through the narrow and glowing tunnels, they finally arrive at a seemingly ordinary section of the cave. Urin stops and looks around, confirming that this is the place he was looking for. Girinox, still confused, glances around and mutters that there's nothing here except rock and dust. Urin turns toward him and asks if he knows what lies beyond this wall. Girinox shakes his head, still not understanding. So Urin explains that the so-called dragon's lair that people visit is merely a fake, a distraction. Beyond this wall lies the true hidden chamber, and right now, he can sense the faint spiritual energy of the people bowing and praying outside. After saying that, Urin kneels near an ancient altar and says it's time to see the real treasure. Girinox, even more puzzled, asks what treasure he's talking about. Without answering directly, Urin feels around the base of the altar, finds a small concealed handle, and pulls it. A hidden compartment opens up, revealing a large box inside. As the lid creaks open, Girinox gasps in disbelief. The box is overflowing with gleaming gold coins and gemstones. His jaw drops, but before he can say anything, Urin ignores the gold and instead picks up a small package placed neatly in the center. He explains that this is what he truly came for. Urin opens the package, and a glowing system window appears before him. The notification reads, Warrior's Jade, Effect, Rebirth. It's a rare and powerful artifact, an essential item for those seeking to become stronger. A satisfied smile spreads across Urin's face as he pockets the jade and tells Girinox to start packing all the gold into their magic pouch. Girinox quickly gets to work, still amazed by the treasure they've uncovered. Once everything is packed, they make their way out of the cave. As they walk down the mountain path, Jirinox, still catching his breath, asks where they'll be heading next. Yurin calmly replies that their next destination is the Tower of Magic within the castle, where they'll use the official warp gates to continue their journey. Jirinox nods in understanding, remarking that it's strange how even at this late hour, there are still so many people traveling toward the countryside. Just then, Yurin suddenly stops in his tracks. His expression hardens as he spots a mysterious figure wearing a dark robe walking along the road ahead. A chill runs down his spine. Using the eye of the creator, Yurin tries to assess the person's stats, but as the data begins to appear, his eyes widen in shock. He instantly recognizes her. She's a character who doesn't appear until the latter half of the novel. Jirinox notices Yurin's sudden change in behavior and calls out his name, but Yurin doesn't respond. His mind races as he studies the woman's overwhelming aura, realizing that her power is on a completely different level. There's no doubt about it. He cannot defeat her, not now. Before he can plan his next move, the woman suddenly turns her head. Yurin's heart skips a beat, and one thought flashes through his mind. He needs to get out of there as fast as possible. Yurin tells Jirinox to quickly head down toward the castle, urging him to hurry because he's feeling hungry. Jirinox, confused by Yurin's sudden change in tone, hurries after him and insists that they go together. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman in the robe, who had been walking ahead, suddenly stops and glances back in Yurin's direction. The scene then shifts to Yurin's inn, where he sits on his bed deep in thought. Something about that woman from earlier doesn't make sense to him. Her appearance shouldn't have happened. Not yet. Not this soon. She's a character who is only supposed to appear during the latter half of the story, yet she was there at the dragon's lair, a place she had no reason to be at this point in time. Yurin tries to make sense of it, wondering if her appearance means something has shifted in the story's timeline. According to his knowledge, that woman's search for the Divine Dragon Cave's treasure should occur much later. The fact that it's already happening makes Yurin feel uneasy, as though the flow of events is subtly changing beyond his control. He also realizes he doesn't know what the original protagonist is doing or where he has gone. Everything feels uncertain now. For the moment, Yurin decides to focus on what he can control. He picks up the warrior's jade from his table and, without hesitation, decides to consume it immediately instead of saving it for later. The moment he swallows it, an intense heat rushes through his body. Determined to endure the pain, Yurin sits cross-legged and begins circulating his energy, entering deep cultivation. Moments later, a system notification appears before him. Your body is undergoing transformation, adapting to a stronger form. Yurin keeps cultivating until his energy stabilizes. When he finally opens his eyes, another notification pops up, informing him that he has successfully attained the heavenly martial body. It's a legendary physique often mentioned in martial arts novels, the strongest physical trait blessed by heaven itself. Whether wielding a sword or striking with his fists, a heavenly martial body can replicate and master any technique after witnessing it just once. Yurin stands up, and a surge of strength flowing through him. Just then, the door bursts open, and Jirinox enters, calling Yurin's name. Yurin calmly gives him permission to come in. Jirinox, cheerful as always, asks if Yurin is awake and offers to prepare breakfast. But he suddenly stops mid-sentence, his eyes widening in shock. Pointing at Yurin, he exclaims that Yurin looks noticeably taller than before. Yurin blinks in confusion and tries to laugh it off, insisting that it must be Jirinox's imagination. But Jirinox shakes his head and replies confidently that, as a blacksmith, he can accurately measure dimensions just by looking. He gestures with his hand, saying that yesterday Yurin was definitely around 178 centimeters, but now he's 182. Yurin gets nervous for a moment, realizing that Jirinox's sharp observation is no joke. He laughs awkwardly, complimenting Jirinox's attention to detail, but then shrugs it off, thinking that it's probably a good thing. After all, it's a benefit of obtaining the heavenly martial body. Feeling pleased with his new form, Yurin gets ready, and together they head to the Tower of Magic. Upon arriving, they meet the tower's receptionist. The man greets them politely and asks how he can assist. Yurin replies that they'd like to use the warp service. The receptionist asks for their destination, but when Yurin says they're going to the capital, the man's expression immediately stiffens. He explains that travel to the capital is currently restricted. Yurin, taken aback, asks why, and the receptionist elaborates that the restriction exists because of potential threats to the royal family. Therefore, only those with special status or permission are allowed entry. Yurin frowns, realizing how complicated aristocratic politics can be. Then, deciding to handle it directly, he reveals his true identity to the receptionist. In a composed tone, he introduces himself as Yurin Rox, the eldest son of the Rox Marquis family, and gestures toward his companion, saying that Jirinox is his personal blacksmith. The entire room falls silent for a moment. The workers in the tower stare at Yurin in shock before whispering among themselves. One of them finally speaks up, confirming in disbelief that this is the Steel Mage, Lord Yurin himself. Yurin smiles modestly and nods, saying that it's true. The workers are visibly amazed, and one of them eagerly asks if it's true that he can continuously hurl iron balls that explode on impact. The group surrounding Yurin becomes increasingly curious, asking him detailed questions about the formula he used to create his magic and how he was able to designate targets so precisely. Yurin finds himself completely surrounded by the mages. One of them suddenly asks why they are unable to sense even the slightest trace of mana from Yurin, which only heightens their confusion. Before the situation escalates further, an elderly man steps forward, tapping his staff firmly against the ground, and commands everyone to stop. In the blink of an eye, Yurin and Jirinox find themselves transported to another room entirely. Both of them glance around in surprise, unable to understand how they were moved so suddenly. The old man standing before them gives a polite bow and apologizes for his students' behavior, explaining that they can get overly enthusiastic when meeting talented magicians. Still processing what just happened, Yurin respectfully asks for the old man's name. The man smiles kindly and introduces himself as Yubian, the head of the Castle Magic Tower Council. Yurin's eyes widen in shock upon hearing that name. Great Mage Yubian. He remembers creating that very character himself when designing this world. In Yurin's writing, Yubian appears to be a gentle, wise old man on the surface, a kind and grandfatherly figure admired by his peers. However, when angered, his true nature is terrifying. A ruthless killer who silently takes down anyone that displeases him, leaving no trace behind. Yurin realizes that Yubian was never meant to appear this early. In fact, he had written the character as a background figure for fun and had never actually included him in the main storyline. Yet here he was, standing right in front of him in reality. Yurin can't help but feel that his luck has taken a strange turn lately. First the mysterious woman, and now one of the most dangerous people in his world. Yubian gives Yurin a gentle smile, saying that he will personally warp him to the capital from this chamber. Grateful, Yurin bows and thanks him. As Yubian begins preparing the warp spell, he suddenly pauses and turns toward Yurin with a curious expression. For some reason, he says, I have a feeling we'll be meeting again soon, Lord Yurin. A chill runs down Yurin's spine at those words. He forces a smile and politely replies, yes, perhaps, though in his mind he's hoping that such a meeting never happens again. Moments later, the warp activates. When they arrive at the capital, a worker from the warp tower greets them warmly, instructing them to step out of the warp chamber and welcoming them to the tower. Jirinox immediately looks around, his eyes widening with excitement as he takes in the sight of the magnificent city. The streets are filled with nobles dressed in elegant clothing. Master Yurin, Jirinox says in awe, why are all these buildings so fancy? Even the people look like they've stepped out of a royal painting. Yurin chuckles lightly and tells Jirinox to buy himself some new clothes using the money he gave him. As they continue walking, they eventually reach the Knight Academy, one of the most prestigious institutions in the kingdom. Jirinox can't stop staring at the grand architecture. When they reach the entrance, a pair of armored guards step forward, blocking their way. What business do you have here? One of the guards asks firmly. Yurin explains that he's here to request a visit, so the guards ask for his full name and the name of the student he wishes to meet. Yurin introduces himself as Yurin Rox, eldest son of the Rox Marquis family, and tells them that he is looking for his younger brother, Colin Rox. At that moment, a tall, silver-haired student standing nearby, clearly from a noble family himself, turns his head in surprise upon hearing Yurin's name. His sharp features and bearing suggest he might be from the northern Duke Elian family. Wait, the young man says, stepping closer. Did you just say Urin rocks? Are you the same Urin who defeated the orc warrior? Urin blinks in mild disbelief, realizing that the rumors have already spread to the capital. He hadn't expected the rumors to travel so fast. The silver-haired man studies him closely and continues with a faint smirk. So, the stories were true then. You really are strong, aren't you? Urin's expression hardens as irritation flickers across his face. The silver-haired man has been speaking to him informally, without a hint of respect, despite this being their very first meeting. The silver-haired guy looks a little puzzled, unsure why Urin's expression suddenly turned cold. Controlling himself, Urin forces a polite smile and replies that it's nothing, he's just too kind. Then, keeping his tone humble yet sharp, he asks for the man's identity. The young man grins confidently and introduces himself as Carrick Elian, the second son of the Duke Elian family. He also mentions, almost casually, that he's a close friend of Colin Rock's, Urin's younger brother. Urin nods slowly, thinking that it's just as he expected. Someone with that kind of arrogance could only come from the Elian family. Carrick smiles again and gestures for Urin to follow him, saying he'll personally guide him to where Colin is. Though Urin doesn't like the man's smug attitude or the faint tension in his voice, he decides to play along for now and follows him. Before entering the academy grounds, Urin turns back and instructs Jurinox to wait outside until he returns. As they walk through the grand corridors of the academy, Carrick glances at Urin and brings up the rumors spreading across the capital. He mentions hearing that Urin defeated the orc warrior alongside Ilya. With a knowing smile, Carrick adds that he can understand Ilya's success. After all, she's a highly promising knight, but Urin's involvement was unexpected since not much is known about him. His tone is polite, but there's a subtle undertone of mockery. Carrick then asks directly if Urin really uses magic. Urin keeps his composure and answers calmly that he can't go into details, but he isn't exactly a mage. Carrick smirks at that response and nods slowly, before continuing to walk. Seeing the man's expression, Urin narrows his eyes. Urin thinks to himself, growing more suspicious of Carrick's intentions. After a short while, Carrick stops and announces that they've arrived. Urin looks around, confused. This isn't a classroom or a reception area, but rather an open training ground filled with sparring students. Before he can ask anything, a tall, purple-haired student approaches and greets Carrick, asking if he's finally returned. Carrick nods and immediately asks the student where Colin Rocks is. The purple-haired guy blinks and reminds Carrick that he himself just escorted Colin to see the professor a few minutes ago. Hearing that, Urin feels his irritation spike. What's wrong with this guy? He thinks, realizing that Carrick dragged him here for no reason. First, he pretends to guide Urin to Colin, then brings him to a training field under false pretenses. Before Urin can question him, the purple-haired student notices Urin and curiously asks who he is. Carrick turns to him and, with a faint smile, introduces Urin as Colin's older brother, the same Urin Rocks who defeated the orc warrior together with Ilya. The purple-haired guy looks impressed, but Carrick quickly interrupts, adding that Urin had just confirmed he isn't a mage, which means he must rely purely on his physical ability, just like them. Urin immediately understands what Carrick is trying to do. He's trying to provoke him, probably planning to humiliate him in front of his friends. Still, Urin remains silent and composed, deciding to play along for now. Carrick continues with a sly grin, pointing out that he's also heard Urin fights using daggers, iron balls, and even mechanical butterflies, an unusual combination for a noble. Then, pretending to sound friendly, he suggests that Urin should show them his skills since everyone here is curious to see how the steel mage fights without magic. Urin clenches his jaw but ultimately agrees, deciding to go with the flow and teach them a lesson instead. Carrick then calls over one of his companions, a purple-haired student named Malai, who, according to Carrick, is an average-level trainee among the academy students. The implication is clear. Carrick expects Urin to lose to someone ordinary. Urin walks over to the weapon rack and calmly picks up a wooden sword. Seeing that, Carrick raises an eyebrow and asks mockingly why he's using a sword instead of his usual daggers. Urin replies evenly that since this isn't real combat, a wooden sword will do just fine. Carrick chuckles arrogantly and says he's heard Urine can't use swords, so it'll be interesting to see how he handles one. Go ahead, Carrick sneers, try your best. Urine exhales slowly, reading the smug looks on everyone's faces. It's obvious to him that these noble elites have been looking down on him ever since they heard he used unconventional weapons like daggers. But Urine simply tightens his grip on the sword, his eyes cold and focused. Let them underestimate me, he thinks. It'll make their surprise all the better. Now, Urine decides it's time to test the full potential of his heavenly martial body. The students quickly prepare the arena, and the match begins. Melee, Urine's first opponent, arrogantly takes his stance and smirks, telling Urine to make the first move. Urine nods calmly and accepts the offer, gripping the wooden sword with one hand. He steps forward and swings slowly, almost lazily. Melee, seeing the sluggish motion, scoffs to himself. To him, it looks like an amateur's attack, slow, predictable, and easy to block. He confidently raises his sword to defend, but the moment their weapons make contact, a thunderous impact echoes through the field. The sheer force of Urine's swing is overwhelming, and before he realizes it, he collapses to the ground. The students fall silent. Carrick's confident grin falters, and his eyes widen in disbelief before he awkwardly laughs and says, he must have let his guard down too much. He forces a smile to mask his unease. Trying to maintain his composure, he apologizes to Urine and suggests another match. This time, he calls out a stronger student, Rula, who is known to be mid to upper tier among the trainees. Carrick warns him not to underestimate his opponent like Melee did. Rula, clearly arrogant, snickers and says, "Don't worry." He rolls his shoulders and takes his stance confidently. When Carrick signals the start of the match, Rula immediately dashes forward, attacking with full speed. But to Urine, everything seems to move in slow motion. Thanks to the heavenly martial body, his senses, reflexes, and perception have been amplified far beyond human limits. With a single smooth motion, Urine swings his sword. Before Rula's attack can even connect, Urine's strike lands. Rula barely manages to block, but the immense force behind Urine's swing sends a shockwave up his arms. Just like before, the rebound causes Rula's own sword to smash into his forehead, and he too collapses. Carrick's forced smile disappears completely, replaced by genuine shock. Urine lowers his sword and calmly mutters, "Is this really the standard of your academy? Do you only raise weaklings here?" Carrick's jaw tightens. His pride as a noble and a student of the elite academy is wounded. Controlling his anger, he apologizes again but insists on one final match, this time against himself. He declares that as the strongest among them, he will personally test Urine's strength. Urine's eyes narrow slightly. His voice is cold when he says, "Suit yourself." The students gather in anticipation. When the match begins, Carrick bursts into motion. The crowd gasps in awe as Carrick uses a high-speed technique that makes it seem like multiple versions of him are attacking from all directions. But to Urine, those illusions are meaningless. His heightened senses allow him to see through everything. Every movement, every fake, every feint. Urine perceives it all clearly. When Carrick lunges to strike, Urine tilts his head slightly, easily dodging, and in the same motion, swings his sword. The strike lands on Carrick's forehead before he could even react. The impact is swift but powerful, and Carrick falls to the ground defeated, just like the others. The students stare at Urine with disbelief and awe, murmuring among themselves. Another person soon arrived, asking what was going on. To everyone's surprise, it was actually Urine's brother, Colin. Colin looked around and demanded to know what was happening and who Urine was. Urine thinks to himself that so this guy is my brother, who is known as a sword genius, an exceptionally skilled and talented swordsman. The purple-haired man informs Colin that Urine is his older brother who has come to see him. Colin looks very confused and asks where Urine is. The purple-haired man also becomes puzzled, pointing directly at Urine, saying that he is right there. Colin thinks it's a joke and asks if Urine really looks like that, commenting that it can't be the same Urine he knows. Colin examines him closely, looking astonished and somewhat unsettled, asking how on earth such a change happened. Urine calmly replies that he simply lost some weight, but Colin is stunned. Not only has Urine lost weight, he even appears taller than before. Urine casually says that when he lost weight, he grew taller too. Colin then notices several students fainted on the ground and asks why they are like that. The purple-haired man explains the situation to him, and after hearing everything, Colin finds it hard to believe. He points toward Urin and asks if that means even the story about catching the orc warrior is true. Urin confirms that it is. Colin is overwhelmed with emotions, but Urin suddenly grows stern, asking how Colin could ever insult his older brother. Colin shouts that he can't believe Urin has become that strong. Urin asks if his little brother Colin is planning to go all out against him. That makes Colin even angrier, declaring that he has never truly considered Urin his older brother. He says that the only thing Urin has over him is being born 2 years earlier. This makes Urin furious. He steps forward, determined to show Colin exactly why he's the older brother, and challenges him to come at him. Colin laughs, saying that's exactly what he wanted, but Urin interrupts, suggesting they make a bet. Urin proposes that the loser will have to grant the winner one wish. Colin hesitates, but eventually agrees. Then Colin tells Urin to get ready and asks one of his classmates to hand him a wooden sword. The purple-haired man whispers something to Colin again, and seeing this, Urin smiles, thinking that he's probably explaining how Urin defeated those 3 students earlier. As the match begins, Colin immediately releases his aura, showing his full strength. Urin silently compliments him, realizing that Colin isn't letting his guard down and is fighting seriously from the very start. Colin possesses Swift Sword Level 2, Quick Movement Level 2, and the Sword Emperor trait. However, his favorability toward Urin is at -78, showing extreme dislike. Colin was born with the Sword Emperor trait, giving him a natural gift for swordsmanship. Colin charges at Urin, and seeing this, Urin quickly assesses his options. No matter how he looks at it, Urin doesn't think he will lose. Using a small dragon step, Urin easily dodges Colin's attack and counters. Instead of finishing the match in one strike as he did with the others, Urin decides to teach Colin a lesson through a prolonged spar. The intense training session goes on for 10 minutes. Colin keeps getting hit by Urin while the surrounding students watch in awe and disbelief at Urin's strength. Eventually, Colin admits defeat, but because he still speaks casually, Urin gives him another light hit, making Colin tear up and beg for it to stop. Urin points his sword toward Colin, warning him that if he acts up again, the next session will be twice as harsh. Colin humbles himself and stands up quietly. Urin then instructs him that from now on, whenever Colin is with him, he must call him great older brother. Colin is shocked, saying that might be too much, but Urin raises his sword slightly, asking if Colin doesn't want to do it. Frightened, Colin quickly agrees and calls Urin great older brother. Afterward, Urin tells Colin that they're leaving. Confused, Colin asks where they're going, and Urin explains that they're heading to the Empire where their younger brother Rayon is. Sometime later, they arrive at the Empire's capital through a tower warp. Girinox is amazed once again, having traveled to another nation through the Magic Tower. Urin explains that the Magic Tower is a neutral entity that exists in every country. The architecture around them feels almost modern, showcasing the Empire's grand design. They soon reach the Empire Knight Academy. While standing there, Urin tells Colin to go and bring Rayon out. Colin agrees, but only says yes, prompting Urin to smirk and remind him about the title, making Colin quickly correct himself and say, "Yes, great older brother." After a short while, Colin returns with their youngest brother, Rayon. Urin waves at him, surprised by how tall he's become. Rayon asks if he's really Urin, and Urin confirms it with a smile, praising Colin for his good work. Colin humbly nods, replying that it's nothing, great older brother. Rayon begins to speak. Rayon informs Urin about the situation he heard from Colin. Hearing the news, Urin actually finds it convenient, because now he will not have to explain everything in detail, and they can leave quickly to return home. However, Rayon interrupts him and mentions that there is a significant problem. Curious, Urin asks what the issue is, so Rayon explains that the Empire's capital city is currently under a state of emergency. They are allowed to enter the capital, but they cannot leave. The reason, Rayon adds, is that at dawn yesterday, the Empire's crown prince was assassinated. Urin is extremely shocked after hearing this and momentarily becomes lost in his thoughts. Colin is also stunned by the news about the crown prince. Urin wonders quietly if this is the same incident he knew would happen. Colin confirms that it is exactly as Yurin described and explains in more detail. At dawn, the crown prince was killed, which caused the entire empire capital to go into lockdown. Yurin looks back at the soldiers patrolling nearby while trying to figure out what he should do next. Colin, still confused, asks Rayon if such a situation even makes sense. Yurin then recalls that on his way to the Night Academy, he saw soldiers stationed everywhere, and the atmosphere throughout the city was unusually tense. Colin continues, adding that although he heard it only as a rumor, it might still be important. He says the crown prince's fiancée, who is a princess from another country, had been staying in the capital for a few days. Since the crown prince wanted to proudly show off the results of his training, he invited the princess to the training ground early at dawn. While demonstrating his swordsmanship in front of her, and just after finishing his display and approaching the applauding princess, a sharp stone pillar suddenly struck from the ground and instantly taking down the crown prince. The priests nearby tried desperately to save him, but the crown prince had already passed away because of the sudden attack. Hearing the explanation, Colin immediately remarks that it must have been magic, since magic can be used freely within imperial and royal palace grounds. Roan agrees, adding that this is exactly why the Tower Lords of the Magic Tower have all been urgently summoned to the palace. The situation has become complete chaos. Colin is deeply shocked, saying he never imagined the crown prince would lose his life in his own palace courtyard, and even worse, right in front of his fiancée. He wonders what exactly is happening. Yurin, however, becomes certain after hearing about the stone spear. He now believes he knows who the real culprit is, the motive behind the attack, and the assassin's current whereabouts. The organization responsible for the attack is known for appearing across the continent, starting with events like the crown prince's assassination. But in Yurin's memory, this incident was supposed to take place much later in the original story. Confused, Yurin wonders what is going on. Something feels off, as though the timeline of events has been twisted and pushed forward much earlier than expected. At the very least, Yurin believes there should have been enough time for both him and the original protagonist to grow stronger before this event occurred. Still, he questions how much can actually change now that he possesses the body of heavenly martial arts. After processing everything, Yurin calls out to his brothers, and they respond to him respectfully. Colin nervously addresses him as Great Older Brother, causing Roan to ask why Colin keeps adding that title. Flustered, Colin becomes frustrated and tells Roan not to ask about it. Yurin then asks Rayon about the well-known inns in the city. Rayon explains that Dragon's Tears and Giant's Oath are considered the best in town. Yurin replies that Dragon's Tears and sounds good, so he instructs Rayon to first apply for leave, then visit the Magic Tower to file departure applications for all four of them. He also tells Rayon to include the name of the Rock's family, so the request will be processed more quickly. After that, Yurin instructs them to wait at Dragon's Tears Inn until the results come out. Rayon agrees, but then asks what Yurin will be doing during that time. Yurin begins walking away and replies that he is going to meet an old friend he has not seen in a long while. Before leaving, Yurin waves his hand and tells both of his brothers not to bully Jirinox. Rayon is shocked to learn that Yurin actually is friends in the Empire, and Colin also admits he had no idea. Later, as night falls, Yurin finally reaches the place he has been heading toward. It is called Flamberge, a restaurant that only noble members are allowed to enter. In the dimly lit back alleys, Yurin first decides to change into the clothes he had prepared beforehand, making sure his appearance is completely different. Once he finishes dressing, he quietly calls out to Agnes. Agnes responds in an irritated tone, clearly upset that Yurin disturbed his sleep. Realizing that Agnes had been resting, Yurin apologizes and politely asks him to disguise his face. Agnes becomes shocked and demands to know how Yurin discovered that he possessed such an ability. Feeling nervous, Yurin replies that he simply had a feeling Agnes would be capable of something like that. Agnes eyes him with suspicion, asking what exactly Yurin is, and then questioning who he wants to disguise himself as. Yurin glances toward the entrance of the restaurant and asks Agnes to wait a moment. He spots an old man stepping outside the restaurant and asks if Agnes can replicate the face of that particular person. Agnes agrees and begins summoning the secondary body in a liquid form, slowly applying it to Yurin's face. Yurin only needs to concentrate and picture the appearance he wants. After imagining it clearly, Urin's facial features shift and transform until he looks identical to the old man. With the disguise complete, Urin returns to the restaurant. The guard at the entrance notices him and immediately recognizes him as Viscount Ver. The guard politely asks if the Viscount has returned again. Maintaining his disguise, Urin, now appearing as Viscount Ver, but decided he wanted to stay here a bit longer. The guard, not sensing anything unusual, and respectfully allows him to enter. Inside the restaurant, even the waiters notice Viscount Ver arriving again. After taking a seat, Urin adjusts his cap and casually agrees with the waiter, asking for another serving of whatever he previously ordered. The waiter heads off to prepare it, leaving Urin relieved that his entry had gone smoothly. Now he only needs to focus his internal energy to enhance his hearing. Urin concentrates and begins listening carefully to the small conversations happening throughout the restaurant, hoping to gather useful information. After a moment, he finally hears the voice of the person he had been searching for. The woman he is looking for is speaking to someone while crying about the recent confession event. Using the sound, Urin easily locates her position. She is sitting on a chair, talking to the waiter with tears in her eyes. The waiter gently tries to console her, saying that people often say love can be forgotten with a new love. She asks if that can really be true, and the waiter reassures her that she will surely meet someone good. His comforting words seem to ease her sadness, and she begins to feel a little better. While listening to their conversation, Urin decides to contact her through sound transmission and quietly calls her by the name Envy. She is startled by the sudden voice and angrily demands to know who is speaking, asking if someone just called out to her. Then, overwhelmed with anger, she suddenly turns around and shouts while cursing. At the very next moment, the entire restaurant building collapses, sending shockwaves of chaos throughout the area and leaving all the customers panicked. Urin falls to the ground, terrified, because he never imagined she would lose control with such intensity. Envy unleashes her magic while desperately searching for the person who spoke to her earlier. Urin becomes even more alarmed when he sees her status panel. Her destructive power is incredibly high, and her traits include the 7 deadly sins, invidia. On top of that, her affection toward Urin is recorded at around -99, essentially expressing pure hostility. Urin already knew she wasn't human and that she possessed overwhelming strength, but now he wonders if he could even survive a fight against her. Envy finally spots Urin, realizes he is human, and immediately decides that she will take him down without hesitation. Despite knowing that Urin can't win, he still feels compelled to give it a try, since that is the very reason he came here in the first place. Determined to push forward, Urin decides to use Agnes to create a weapon, and as he activates the ability, his disguise fades away, revealing his true face. Then Urin retrieves the core and carefully forges it into a dagger, hoping it will give him even the slightest advantage in this impossible battle. Envy finds Urin's original form incredibly fascinating and even remarks that he is quite handsome. Amused and intrigued, she decides she would rather capture Urin alive and make him become her servant rather than simply defeat him. She leaps into the sky and rushes toward Urin, startling him so intensely that he instantly falls back to dodge the attack. Regaining his footing, he uses the direct strike skill and throws the dagger at Envy, but it bounces off her as if nothing happened, leaving not even a scratch. Since this tactic clearly failed, Urin immediately switches strategies and uses the black iron explosion skill to attack Envy. Although the attack lands, it has no effect on her whatsoever. Envy becomes even more interested in Urin after witnessing his unusual and creative magic. Growing more anxious, Urin realizes he has run out of practical options and is left with no choice but to use the same finishing move that once took down an orc warrior in a single blow. He attacks Envy with Bloodfire Palm and Carving Shot, releasing a flurry of butterfly-like projectiles that fly toward her. However, Envy effortlessly disables them with her magic, shocking Urin and making him painfully aware of how outmatched he is. Urin feels completely drained and looks back in desperation, trying to figure out his next move. He notices people running for their lives after seeing the sudden appearance of such a terrifying monster, and to prevent further casualties, he realizes he must hold Envy off until the capital guards arrive. Envy grows annoyed and attacks Urin again, and he barely dodges in time. After falling back, He finds himself in an even more dangerous position and becomes overwhelmed with anxiety, knowing that if he continues dodging like this, he will eventually be struck down. With no better option, Yurin decides to use the sword, even though he has not fully mastered it yet. He grabs the blade and, instead of relying on hidden weapons, channels his inner energy directly into it. Envy lunges at him again, but this time Yurin dodges and successfully uses the sword to break through one of her stone spears. This small victory gives him a glimmer of hope, proving that even though it is difficult, the stone spears can indeed break. Yurin smiles, believing there may still be a chance to win. Envy complains that Yurin is surprisingly fun to fight and wonders how long he can continue keeping up with her before attacking him once more. Yurin grows more frustrated as the number of stone spears increases, but he still has a few techniques prepared. Suddenly, Envy feels a tightness in her chest and finds her body unable to move. It turns out Yurin has been secretly poisoning her throughout the battle. He used extended poison, which causes intense internal pain, snake mind poison from the blood venom art, infused with the venom of 100 vipers, and fiery flame poison made from fire frog toxin, which creates searing agony throughout the body. Yurin finally gets a reaction, and Envy's body becomes paralyzed, though only for a brief second. Yurin becomes nervous, wondering why the paralysis period is so short, but even so, he knows he cannot waste this opportunity. Using the small dragon's treasure trait to dramatically boost his speed, Yurin leaps into the air to attack her. Just as the paralysis ends, Yurin lands a clean blow and pours every bit of his inner force into a black iron explosion through the opening. Envy fails to dodge the strike, causing a massive blast that sends Yurin falling back to the ground. He feels relieved, genuinely believing he has finally defeated her, until he sees her body regenerate once again. Yurin is stunned and horrified as Envy recovers completely. Envy, now furious, announces she will finish this. Yurin realizes he had completely forgotten that these monsters have multiple phases before they truly die, and Envy is now entering phase 2. Not only that, but with each phase, their strength and magical power increase dramatically. Envy glares at Yurin with sharp curiosity and attacks him while shouting for him to fall. Yurin narrowly dodges by a hair's breadth, but her speed and unpredictability have increased far beyond what he faced before. He tries his hardest to fight back with the sword, yet deep down he knows that if things continue like this, he will not survive for long. Yurin grows increasingly desperate as the battle continues. After Envy changes her phase, she becomes far faster and far more unpredictable than before. Yurin carefully analyzes his chances of victory and comes to the grim conclusion that if nothing changes, he will soon lose his life. One of Envy's stone-based attacks narrowly misses him. By a hair's breadth, Yurin avoids a fatal strike, though the blow still grazes his shoulder. He immediately retreats, realizing that if he had reacted even a moment slower, the outcome would have been disastrous. Turning back, Yurin decides to flee, knowing that a single mistake now would cost him everything. Seeing Yurin attempt to escape only fuels Envy's fury. She blocks his path and coldly asks where he thinks he is going. She launches another relentless assault, and Yurin dodges again and again, barely keeping up. Envy finds the situation amusing and smiles, confidently claiming that there is no way Yurin can escape her so easily, and that all he can do is struggle. At that moment, Yurin realizes just how hopeless his situation has become. The scene then shifts to another part of town, where a woman is walking through the streets. She overhears people talking anxiously about a monster that has appeared in the area and that the guards need to be called immediately. A person rushes in, asking for help and revealing that a creature covered in stone spears has appeared in the southern district. The woman listens silently and quickly concludes that they are talking about Envy. Residents of the area ask if the report is accurate, questioning whether it truly is a monster made of stone spears. The person confirms it, and upon hearing this, the woman instantly vanishes. The residents then speculate that this stone monster might also be the one responsible for the crown prince's death. The woman soon appears at a higher vantage point, searching for Envy's location. She notices a strange light in the distance, and, after confirming the direction, moves swiftly toward it. Meanwhile, Yurin stands his ground against Envy, gripping his sword as she prepares to finish him once and for all. As her attack comes crashing toward him, Yurin is filled with shock, convinced that this is the end. Just before the attack reaches him, a system window appears, informing Yurin that he is experiencing a true life-or-death crisis. As a result, 2 new special privileges are unlocked. The first privilege, Heavenly Eye, is upgraded to the creator's gaze and advances to level 2. With this ability, Yurin can now clearly see his opponent's attack trajectories. He is stunned as the predicted paths of Envy's attacks are simulated directly in his mind. Realizing exactly where each strike will land, Yurin begins to evade every attack with ease. If he can read the predicted paths, dodging no longer feels impossible. Not only does he avoid the attacks, but he now does so with minimal movement. Yurin smiles to himself, thinking that if he masters this ability, he might one day dodge attacks effortlessly, like a true martial artist. Envy grows increasingly frustrated and enraged as she watches Yurin evade her strikes so easily. She angrily demands to know how he is doing it. At the same time, the system explains the second privilege, the Realm of Ascension, a temporary state that activates right before death and remains open for only a limited time. Suddenly, Yurin's sword begins to glow with a brilliant white aura. He feels his inner power surge to its peak as white energy gathers around his blade. Unsure whether it is sword aura or sword chi, Yurin knows one thing for certain. This power gives him a real chance to win. Nearby, a woman and her child watch the battle from inside a house. The child excitedly tells his mother to look, claiming that the Knight of Light has appeared. Envy attacks once more, but this time Yurin breaks through her strikes with ease. He leaps into the air and delivers a decisive strike, finally bringing Envy down. Radiant light spreads across the battlefield, filling the area with brilliance. The child and his mother rejoice, happily declaring that the Knight of Light has defeated the monster. After the battle, Yurin is completely exhausted and questions whether he truly managed to defeat Envy. The system informs him that his inner power and stamina are entirely depleted. He barely survived, thanks only to the 2 privileges that activated at the last possible moment. Knowing he cannot stay, Yurin tries to leave before the guards arrive, forcing himself to move using every remaining ounce of strength. Suddenly, Yurin senses something wrong and turns back, only to see Envy being restrained once again, but this time at an alarming speed. The system alerts him that Envy has entered Phase 3, her final form. Terror fills Yurin as Envy smirks and declares that she will not let him escape. Realizing how dire the situation has become, Yurin feels completely overwhelmed and bitterly thinks that he did not even get the chance to thank a certain person. Envy, who has now entered her 3rd and final phase, is consumed by rage and becomes fully intent on ending Yurin's life. She launches an attack with her stone spears, and this time they are massively larger than in her previous phases, radiating overwhelming pressure. Yurin wonders if this is truly the end for him, as his inner energy has been completely drained from the earlier battle. Just as Envy's attack is about to strike, she suddenly comes to a halt, not by choice, but because someone else restrains her. The one holding her is none other than the woman Yurin saw earlier, the same woman who had been quietly listening to the townspeople's conversations. As she restrains Envy, the woman lands gracefully on the ground, and it quickly becomes clear that Envy recognizes her. Envy tries to draw her attention to the situation, urging her to look at what is happening, but the woman firmly orders Envy to stop, stating that this is not the time for them to reveal themselves. Not only Envy, but Yurin as well, is aware of who this woman is. The woman then leaps onto a nearby building, taking Envy with her, while Envy continues questioning whether she truly intends to ignore the scene below. This woman is the same one Yurin and Jirinox encountered when they descended from the Divine Dragon Palace. She is one of the 7 deadly sins. Yurin speaks her name out loud, realizing that they are leaving because the white-haired girl has decided that the timing is still not right for the 7 deadly sins to reveal themselves. Without acknowledging Yurin, white-haired girl chooses to depart and takes Envy along with her. Yurin feels a deep sense of relief, knowing that regardless of anything else, he is still alive. After white-haired girl and Envy completely vanish in a thin air, leaving no trace behind. Yurin notices the city guards rushing toward the scene to deal with the reported monster. Seeing this, Yurin decides it is best to leave, as running into the guards would only create unnecessary trouble. He avoids them carefully and makes his way through the back alleys, heading toward his inn. By the next morning, Yurin finally returns to his inn, where Jiranox greets him. After settling in, Yurin asks if anything unusual happened while he was away. He then inquires about Colin and Leon, wondering if they are still asleep. Jiranox reports that a dangerous individual appeared in the city the previous night, and as a result, Colin and Leon rushed out at dawn, saying they intended to catch the culprit. Yurin removes his robe, thinking that this kind of excitement is typical for people their age, and then collapses onto the bed, deciding to get some deep rest due to his extreme exhaustion. Jiranox smiles and tells Yurin that he will be outside and that Yurin can call for him if he needs anything. However, Yurin has already fallen asleep before Jiranox finishes speaking. Although the battle with Envy was extremely intense, it allowed Yurin to reach the 4-star stage of the 10,000 poison body scripture. At the same time, Yurin comes to a sobering realization of his own shortcomings, as he was unable to properly defeat Envy, who is considered the weakest among the 7 deadly sins. For now, it is still not the time for the 7 deadly sins to take action, but when that moment finally arrives, sins far more terrifying than Envy, along with other hidden and dangerous forces, will emerge. Because of this, Yurin wakes up and begins meditating, determined to grow stronger and improve at a faster pace than ever before. Later that day, Yurin sits together with his brothers, Colin and Leon. Rayon mentions the rumors circulating in the city about a killer who appeared the previous night and was allegedly responsible for the Crown Prince's death. Colin clicks his tongue in frustration, saying that if he had encountered the culprit, he would have captured him. Rayon continues with his own judgment, explaining that the enemy was clearly not someone on their level, judging by the severe damage done to the surrounding buildings. Leon adds that the rumors claim the assassin was a being far beyond human capability, with stone spears erupting from all over its body and smashing through structures. It all sounded unbelievable, but according to the stories, another figure suddenly appeared, someone wielding a sword. Confused, Colin asks about this mysterious person, and Leon turns to Yurin, explaining that witnesses said a Knight of Light appeared, a warrior who wielded a radiant light aura. They say he drew light from his sword, struck the monster with a shining blade, and even caused a powerful explosion. In the end, the monster fled, and the Knight of Light also disappeared without a trace. Colin praises the story, calling it incredible, and jokingly says that he wants a title like that someday. He then wonders aloud who the Knight of Light truly was, unaware that Yurin himself is that very knight. Yawning slightly, Yurin shifts the conversation and asks about the result of the departure application. Rayon reveals that it was approved earlier today and adds that using the Rex family name proved to be very effective. Hearing this, Yurin decides not to waste any time and insists that they leave immediately, reasoning that if another incident occurs, they may not be able to get out safely. Yurin stands up and tells Colin and Rayon to pack their belongings and meet him in the lobby. They agree, though Rayon curiously asks why Yurin looks so exhausted. After meeting up and returning to the Marquis, their father greets them warmly. Seeing his sons together again fills him with happiness. Rayon notices his father and runs toward him, hugging him tightly. The Marquis laughs heartily and remarks that Rayon has grown taller. Yurin informs the Marquis that he has safely brought his sons back, and Colin also greets him respectfully. The Marquis welcomes them home and then asks about the incident that occurred within the Empire. Rayon confirms that something did happen and asks if he should explain the details, but his father laughs and tells them to rest first, reminding them that they must be tired from traveling. He suggests discussing everything properly later during dinner. That afternoon, Yurin rests in his room when Erin comes to greet him. She compliments him, saying that despite being away for only a short time, he returned with 2 new titles and has grown noticeably stronger. Yurin is confused by this and asks what she means. Erin explains that at Assi Castle, Yurin earned the title of Iron Magician, and in the royal capital, he was awarded the title of Rookie Slayer. Yurin is aware of the first title, but is completely unfamiliar with the second one. When Erin asks if he truly did not know, she explains that at the Royal Knight Academy, Yurin defeated 4 masterclass students. Hearing this, Yurin recalls the incident and admits that he did indeed defeat them. Eren continues, explaining that those students were all considered rising talents known as rookies, and since Yurin defeated all of them, people began calling him the Rookie Slayer. Yurin is shocked to learn that they were regarded as rookies, while Eren is puzzled by his reaction. Changing the subject, Yurin tells Eren that he brought gifts for both her and Clyde, and says that he will give them tomorrow. While he is speaking, Peru arrives to deliver a message, informing Yurin that the Marquis has summoned all of his sons for dinner. Hearing this, Yurin heads to the dining hall as well. Once everyone is seated at the table, the Marquis asks if they have rested well, and all of them confirm that they have. The Marquis then reveals that before the meal is served, he wants to explain the reason he called them together. With a serious expression, he announces that they will soon begin the trial to determine the successor. As they all already know, the Rex family is a house in which the eldest son traditionally inherits the title. Under ordinary circumstances, Yurin would have become the successor, and the Marquis himself had inherited the position at an even younger age than Yurin is now. However, Yurin wasted far too many precious years, and because of that, the Marquis originally intended to choose Colin as the next heir. That said, Yurin has finally come to his senses. For this reason, the Marquis has decided that he will no longer make the decision on his own. Instead, his sons will prove with their own actions who is truly worthy of becoming the heir. The atmosphere in the room grows tense as Yurin asks the Marquis how he plans to determine the successor. The Marquis stands up and explains that since there is no clear precedent for such a situation, he intends to divide the process into several stages. The first stage will be territorial defense. As they are already aware, the time is approaching when fully grown monsters will begin moving toward the coastline. If these threats are not swiftly dealt with, the people living in their lands will suffer heavy losses. In other words, the first trial is to defend the territory. All 3 brothers will be deployed to different battle zones, where they must demonstrate their full capabilities. For evaluation, the Marquis will assign 3 stewards, 1 to each son, and these stewards will observe the situation and report back objectively. In addition to that, for this trial, the Marquis grants them permission to use anything at their disposal. Yurin asks for clarification, questioning whether they can truly use anything they want. The Marquis confirms this and explains that they may rely on their personal strength, the forces they have gathered, their connections, their wealth, and any other resources available to them. Colin asks if such freedom is really allowed, and the Marquis responds that they are not competing to become knights, but to become a Marquis. Hearing this, Colin smiles while glancing at Yurin, who fails to notice the meaning behind that expression. The Marquis continues, stating that while strength is important, there are qualities far more crucial for a Marquis than simple brute force. If they have the ability, they may even borrow knights from other factions or families. In the end, what matters most is achieving the best possible results. Yurin understands the conditions clearly, and Colin and Rayon do as well. The Marquis then claps his hands, signaling for the chef to bring in the food. Deciding it is time to eat, the Marquis explains that since his sons have finally returned home after such a long time, he personally ordered the preparation of the family's original chirain soup. Yurin's expression darkens as he looks at the soup, realizing that he has to eat it once again. The Marquis encourages everyone to eat well and informs them that the deployment will begin in 1 month, meaning they must prepare with everything they have. The next day, Peru asks Yurin whether he is going to start preparing for the trial. Hearing this, Yurin casually asks if he even needs to prepare for anything at all. Peru then reveals that Yurin's other brothers have already begun taking action. Colin in particular has made significant moves, and apparently even the Livingtine family is sending him support. Yurin recalls that the Livingtine family is Lady Kana's birth family, and it seems she has decided to place all her hopes on Colin. Yurin tells Peru that the Marquis instructed them to achieve the best results, which means that whether they borrow an entire knight order or face the monsters on their own, what truly matters is eliminating as many threats as possible. Peru begins to sweat, admitting that this logic makes sense. Yurin smiles calmly and says that the friends who will help him carry out a complete sweep are already on their way. At that moment, Eren and Clyde enter Yurin's room, dressed in the uniform of Yurin's personal knight order, and stand before him. Urine tells them that he has something for both of them. Starting with Clyde, Urine speaks about an old tradition in which a lord bestows a sword upon his knights. Because of this tradition, Urine explains that he purchased a sword specifically for Clyde. Clyde accepts the weapon and thanks Urine while examining it closely. Suddenly, the sword begins to glow with red mana. Yet Clyde quickly realizes that despite its appearance, the blade gives off no heat at all. Clyde asks about it in confusion, so Urine explains that the mana is created by a flame spirit. Since Clyde does not know much about such matters, Urine does not go into further detail and instead asks about the weight of the sword. Clyde happily replies that it is very light and comfortable to handle. Urine deems this an excellent sign, concluding that the sword has accepted Clyde as its master. As Aaron watches Clyde and the sword with clear jealousy, Urine advises Clyde to talk to his sword often, explaining that doing so will allow him to draw out its destructive power to the fullest. This only makes Aaron even more jealous. Noticing her reaction, Urine calls out to her and tells her there is no need to be jealous, as her gift has also arrived. He then takes out another sword and hands it to her. The moment Aaron grips the sword, a stream of wind gathers around it. Upon sensing the aura, Aaron immediately recognizes it as a wind spirit sword. Urine confirms her observation, and Aaron excitedly tells him that the sword says it likes her. Urine is momentarily confused by this statement, but Aaron quickly apologizes and explains that she wants to try swinging it right away, asking for permission to test it. Clyde also asks for permission to try his sword as well. Urine grants them both permission, which makes them extremely happy. Clyde enthusiastically suggests that he and Aaron have a match, confidently claiming that he will win this time. Aaron simply smiles and replies that he still has a long way to go. The two of them quickly leave to test their new swords, while Urine and Peru watch from behind. Peru comments that he feels a bit jealous himself. Hearing this, Urine turns to him and says that he will receive something good later as well, but before that, Urine still needs to repay his debt. Peru becomes very happy upon hearing this. After some time, Urine places all the money he has on the table in front of Peru. Seeing the large amount, Peru asks in shock what this is about. Urine reminds him that he promised to repay the debt several times over. Peru responds that this is not just several times more, but several dozen times more. Urine then explains that he needs this money to purchase the poisons he requires. Hearing this, Peru happily tells Urine to just give him the word whenever he needs help. Later that day, Urine goes to check on Girinox and asks about his well-being, as well as whether he is adjusting to the new environment. Girinox smiles and confirms that thanks to Urine, everyone has been treating him very well. Urine tells Girinox that he has found suitable masters for the two swords he purchased from him. Girinox asks if he is referring to the greatsword and the thin blade. Urine confirms this, explaining that both swords seem to have accepted their respective wielders, and adds that he will show them to Girinox later. Girinox expresses relief, admitting that he had worried the swords might have been failures. Urine smiles and reassures him that they are not failures at all, but master-crafted blades that choose their own wielders, praising them as incredible weapons. Remaining humble, Girinox thanks Urine for trusting someone he considers lacking. Urine is confused by this comment, but Girinox continues, saying that he has been thinking deeply and needs to tell Urine something important. When Urine asks what it is, Girinox explains that there is a serious problem within the Marquis household. Urine is visibly shocked after hearing what Girinox says, and he immediately asks him to explain everything in detail. After listening to the full explanation, Urine goes straight to the Marquis and requests that he issue a permit, explaining that it is necessary if the Marquis truly wants to uncover the truth. However, the Marquis insists on knowing what the permit is for, as such authorization is not granted lightly. Hearing this, Urine unexpectedly addresses the Marquis as father, which startles him. Urine continues, saying that ever since he was struck down by Ilya, he does not believe he has disappointed the Marquis even once. He then sincerely asks the Marquis to trust him in this matter as well and to grant him the permit. In return, Urine promises that the Marquis will not be disappointed. Moved by his words, the Marquis agrees to issue the permit and informs Urine that he will notify the butler so Urine can collect it the following day. However, he adds that the permit will only be valid for 24 hours. Urine expresses his gratitude, bows respectfully, and says that he will take his leave. As Yurin walks away, the Marquis watches him and mutters to himself that being called father makes him soft-hearted. Even so, he hopes Yurin does not cause any trouble, reassuring himself that the permit is only valid for 24 hours anyway. The next day, as Yurin is preparing to head out, Peru informs him that several people are waiting at the front of the Marquis, carrying large boxes and asking for him. Hearing this, Yurin remarks that their timing is perfect, though his comment makes little sense to Peru. Yurin then instructs Peru to tell all the male servants to retrieve the items at the entrance and move them to Armory 1. Peru looks shocked and asks again, wanting to confirm whether Yurin truly means all of the items should be taken to the armory. Yurin calmly confirms and adds that he still has something else to bring, so he will meet Peru in front of Armory 1. Still confused, Peru can only agree. Soon after, the butler meets Yurin and hands him the permit the Marquis promised to provide. Yurin accepts it and then asks about the Marquis's current location. The butler explains that the Marquis is having tea in a private room with the Marchioness. Upon hearing this, Yurin instructs the butler to tell the Marquis to bring an inspector to Armory 1 by noon. The butler asks in confusion why this is necessary, but Yurin ignores the question and firmly states that if the message is not delivered, the butler will regret it. Yurin then heads toward the armory, where guards stop him at the entrance, stating that unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. In response, Yurin asks the guards whether they can see the boxes stacked nearby. The guards, puzzled, confirm that they can. Yurin explains that the boxes contain swords, shields, and armor that he purchased from Asi Castle in preparation for the upcoming deployment. He tells them that he needs to store the equipment inside and that they should open the doors immediately. The guards hesitate and reply that such matters require the presence of the quartermaster. Hearing this, Yurin smiles and casually says that perhaps the quartermaster has already been called. The guards are startled by his confidence. Yurin then looks off into the distance and remarks that the quartermaster must have instructed them to notify him if anything unusual happened at the armory. At that moment, a figure comes running toward them. It is indeed the quartermaster. Clearly out of breath, the quartermaster rushes up to Yurin and demands to know what he thinks he is doing. Yurin calmly explains that he purchased weapons and armor for the upcoming deployment and that the quartermaster simply needs to open the armory doors. Exhausted, the quartermaster apologizes and says that the armory still requires a special permit for access. Hearing this, Yurin responds with a slight smile, saying that this is exactly why he prepared one in advance. Yurin presents the permit and firmly tells the quartermaster to open the armory doors. The quartermaster looks both worried and irritated as he opens them, but he repeatedly begs Yurin to only place the items inside and not touch anything else. The male servants then begin carrying all the boxes into the armory. After that, Yurin tells Peru that since they are already here, they might as well inspect some of the weapons. He then instructs Peru to bring out one of the old boxes stored inside the armory. Hearing this, the quartermaster is visibly shocked and quickly tells Yurin that inspecting weapons requires a separate, special permit. Yurin calmly responds that he only intends to look at a single box. After some hesitation, the quartermaster agrees and personally has one box brought out. Once the old box is placed outside, Yurin orders it to be opened and asks Jirinox to inspect its contents. Jirinox reports that most of the weapons inside appear to be in decent condition on the surface. Hearing this report, Yurin turns to the quartermaster and compliments him, saying that he seems to have been managing the armory well. Yurin even tells him that he will mention this to the Marquis and recommend that he be rewarded. The quartermaster is clearly pleased by this praise. However, immediately afterward, Yurin gives another order, instructing the guards to bring out every remaining box from the armory without leaving anything behind. The quartermaster's expression changes instantly. He becomes extremely frightened and loudly protests, claiming that Yurin has no authority to remove everything and that this clearly oversteps his limits. He insists that even if Yurin is the heir, this goes too far. In response, Yurin forcefully presses the permit up in front of the quartermaster, sharply telling him to stop talking about overstepping authority. He clearly shows the permit and accuses the quartermaster of constantly scheming behind the scenes. At that moment, the Marquis and Kana arrive at the armory and witness the tense confrontation. By then, The guards have already brought out all the boxes. The Marquis asks what is going on, and Yurin explains that all the weapons from the armory have been removed so the Marquis can personally uncover the truth. The Marquis begins inspecting the weapons and picks up one of the swords, immediately noticing that the blade is extremely dull, to the point that it can barely be called a sword. The Marquis turns to the inspector and demands an explanation, pointing out that the inspector previously reported that the armory had no issues during last month's audit. The inspector becomes terrified and immediately shifts all the blame onto the quartermaster, claiming that he must have tampered with the supplies. Yurin steps forward and tells the inspector to stop talking nonsense, explaining that it would be impossible to steal or replace such a large amount of equipment in a single month without someone deliberately turning a blind eye. Yurin then uses his ability to apply pressure, leaving the inspector struggling to breathe. The inspector immediately apologizes and begs for mercy. The Marquis calls out Yurin's name, and Yurin responds by saying that now the Marquis can understand why he needed the permit and why he could not explain everything in advance. Yurin goes on to reveal that the problems are not limited to this location alone, stating that Armory 2, Armory 3, and even the food storeroom are likely facing similar issues. Yurin continues, explaining that even if they somehow manage to get through this year's deployment, there is no guarantee of safety in the following years. He says that while there may be sufficient weapons and food prepared during wartime, the real concern lies with the soldiers risking their lives on the front lines. If those in charge fail to do their duties properly, the Marquis soldiers will be forced to fight with useless weapons and consume supplies that are barely fit for use. Even Kana is left in shock after hearing this. Yurin firmly declares that he will never forgive anyone who treats people's lives so carelessly and that he will never show mercy to those who play with the safety and lives of others. Yurin reveals that the boxes stored there contain swords, armor, and shields that Jirinox's blacksmith purchased directly from Assi Castle, meaning there are no defects in their quality. He tells the Marquis to discard the unusable trash and replace it with these items instead. Yurin is also certain that more than just 1 or 2 people are involved in this scheme, so he advises the Marquis to ensure that everyone associated with the 2 culprits is properly punished. The Marquis attempts to say something in response, but Yurin interrupts, bows respectfully, and states that he will take his leave before turning and walking away. That is as far as Yurin goes, as anything more would be an overstep of his authority. From that point onward, the matter rests entirely in the Marquis's hands. A few days later, the Marquis summons Yurin and expresses his gratitude. Thanks to Yurin's actions, they were able to thoroughly clean up the corruption within the territory, and the Marquis felt it was only right to inform him of the outcome. Hearing this, Yurin looks at the Marquis as he continues speaking, admitting that Yurin was correct. It was not limited to the first armory alone. The other armories and even the food warehouses were compromised. In other words, corruption was widespread, and the number of people involved was staggering. The Marquis explains that while he could somewhat understand soldiers or servants being involved, he never expected those who had assisted him for over 10 years, such as the weapons manager and the inspector, to betray him. Their actions truly broke his heart. Yurin responds calmly, saying that despite everything, it was good that the Marquis managed to identify all the culprits. The Marquis then remarks that it was strange how easily the weapons manager and inspector confessed. They revealed information he had not even asked about, making the investigation unusually smooth. In truth, the reason for this was the effect of Yurin's newly developed truth-inducing substance. Secretly administering it that day had clearly paid off. The Marquis places his cup down on the table and admits that he realized many things through this incident. He recalls how, not long after becoming Marquis, he was once reprimanded by the previous king in front of many nobles. At the time, the humiliation was unbearable. However, being called out by Yurin a few days ago hurt even more and felt far more shameful. The Marquis acknowledges that Yurin spoke hard truths and even prepared solutions in advance, yet he still felt deeply pathetic. He then sincerely apologizes to Yurin for showing such a disgraceful side of himself as a father. Hearing this surprises Yurin, who immediately says that it is not true at all. He explains that until recently, he himself was nothing more than a troublemaker. Everyone makes mistakes, and that is simply part of being human. The Marquis is genuinely amazed by Yurin's words and laughs, saying that he can no longer win an argument against him. He then firmly declares that he will never repeat the same mistake again. Later that night, Peru arrives with the substance Yurin had ordered. It is a neurotoxin derived from iron shell mushrooms, known to cause paralysis and respiratory failure in monsters. Yurin prepared it specifically because fish-type monsters would likely struggle to breathe while on land. He compliments Peru on his good work, but Peru then asks if Yurin has heard the latest news. When it becomes clear that Yurin is unaware, Peru reveals that Yurin's popularity outside the mansion has skyrocketed. Yurin is utterly shocked and finds it hard to believe. Peru explains that while searching for the ingredients, he heard the people of the territory talking about nothing but Yurin. Nervously, Yurin asks what kind of things they were saying. Peru replies that the people were deeply moved by Yurin's words to the Marquis, that a leader must care for soldiers more than anyone else, and by the fact that Yurin personally paid for the soldiers' armor and shields. Yurin is left in complete disbelief and wonders aloud if his image as useless trash was really erased that easily. Peru confirms it and adds that there is now a surge of people volunteering to join Yurin's unit for the upcoming expedition. Smiling proudly, Peru calls Yurin a genius and claims that all of this must have been part of his plan from the beginning. Thanks to that, they no longer have to worry about recruiting members for the expedition party. Still stunned, Yurin tells Peru to leave. Clearly pleased, Peru bows respectfully and exits with a cheerful expression. It is a good thing that Yurin's popularity is rising, but it has taken a direction he never expected. Regardless, Yurin now decides to develop a new poison. While cultivating, he consumes iron shell mushroom flower poison, which is absorbed by the 10,000 poison absorption technique. After consuming it, Yurin unlocks a new trait known as impervious to all poisons. This trait eliminates the pain and harmful symptoms normally caused by toxins. Yurin is completely shocked when he realizes that the process of consuming and accepting poison is no longer painful at all. Instead, it feels almost comfortable. On top of that, the impervious to all poisons trait turns out to be an incredible advantage. The next morning, after cultivating throughout the entire night, Yurin examines the status window of the newly developed poison. Seagon Death Spear Neuro is described as a poison capable of eliminating the legendary sea creature known as Gon. It is classified as an assassination-grade poison that can incapacitate a human with only a microscopic amount and leaves no trace behind. After reading the description, Yurin finds the results strange, as he originally tried to develop a poison weaker than Seagon Death Spear, yet a mid-rank poison was created instead. He wonders whether this happened because the 10,000 poison absorption technique has reached the intermediate stage, and if that means he will be able to develop even higher-ranked poisons as his inner energy arts continue to advance. While Yurin is lost in thought, he notices Peru arriving at the perfect moment. As Peru comes closer, Yurin hands him a page filled with the names of various poisons and tells him to gather them as soon as possible. Peru takes the list and gasps, commenting that it is quite long this time. Yurin simply tells him to get it done. After all, Yurin has money to spare, and thanks to the impervious to all poisons trait, absorbing toxins is now as easy as drinking water. He plans to use financial resources to push the 10,000 poison absorption technique to the 5th star before the expedition. However, despite his efforts, he ultimately fails to reach that goal. On the day of the expedition ceremony, the atmosphere is tense and solemn. All three brothers stand before their lined-up soldiers. Yurin, however, has only 2 knights beside him, Clyde and Aaron, while his brothers command large numbers of troops. Peru approaches Yurin and asks nervously if they will be all right. Yurin asks what he means, and Peru hesitantly points out that Yurin's brothers have massive knight orders, while Yurin has only Aaron and Clyde. Just the 2 of them. Peru then asks why Yurin did not select any volunteers this time. Yurin simply smiles and says that he has his reasons for everything. Upon hearing this, Yurin's brothers burst into laughter. Seeing them mock him makes Yurin angry, and he briefly considers teaching them a lesson. However, Peru quickly stops him. Shortly after, the Marquis arrives. Standing on the stage, he asks whether his sons have gathered everyone they could. He chooses not to give a long speech and instead announces that he will personally stand at the most dangerous location, fighting at the very front alongside his people. He declares that he will be with them wherever they are. With a powerful shout, the Marquis calls on everyone to protect their land. The soldiers roar in response, displaying their unwavering loyalty. Yurin smiles as he realizes that it has finally begun. And so, the expedition starts. Each of the 3 successor candidates is assigned a different defense zone. 2 days after departure, Yurin arrives at his designated terrain. Upon reaching the location, he asks the soldiers to open the gate and formally introduces himself. The commanders welcome him, with one of them introducing himself as Hans, the wall manager. However, Hans soon asks if only the 5 of them are present and whether more reinforcements are coming. Yurin asks why he is asking, and Hans explains that every year, when this season arrives, hundreds of hostile creatures emerge and attack this area. With such a small number of people, he says, winning the battle would be impossible. Completely shocked, Hans asks if additional reinforcements will be arriving later. The commander informs Yurin that in a few days, the entire coastline will be filled with marine monsters such as Baloks. If those creatures advance in overwhelming numbers, not only the gates, but even the walls themselves will collapse. For that reason, the commander suggests that they must go beyond the walls and confront the monsters directly. However, with only 5 people present, stopping them would be absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Yurin calmly replies that it is not 5 people. The commander is confused by this response, and Yurin explains that the black-haired individual is the Marquis' butler, who has come to observe Yurin, while Peru is Yurin's own butler. Peru laughs nervously upon hearing this. Yurin then continues by introducing Kryde and Eren as his only knights. However, he adds that the most important point is that only Kryde will be fighting on the front lines alone, and he tells everyone not to worry about the situation. Kryde is completely confused when he hears that he will be fighting by himself. Feeling frightened, he asks Yurin how he is supposed to face so many monsters alone. Yurin places a hand on Kryde's shoulder and tells him to trust his master. He explains that Kryde has a dormant potential within him and that this time, Yurin intends to draw that potential out. And Yurin decides that it is finally time to awaken the Berserker skill. Yurin then asks Commander Hans to bring 2 training swords. After receiving the swords, Yurin, Kryde, and Eren move closer to the shore. There, Yurin explains that from now until the monsters appear, they will spar continuously throughout the workday. After each session, they will rest for an hour before starting again. After giving these instructions, Yurin calls Eren aside to speak with her privately. She accepts the order, and they walk some distance away while Kryde continues practicing his sword techniques. Once they are alone, Yurin asks Eren about her previous sparring sessions with Kryde. She answers honestly, saying that she won without much difficulty. Yurin asks if that means she was holding back and not fighting at full strength. Eren replies that there was no need to go that hard on him. Yurin then instructs her that starting from the next match, she must use 100% of her strength and overwhelm Kryde completely. Eren is visibly shocked by this order. Yurin continues, telling her to defeat Kryde so decisively that he clearly feels the difference in skill. He states that it is acceptable if Kryde is completely overpowered during the match. Yurin reassures Eren, telling her to trust him, as all of this is meant to draw out Kryde's hidden potential. After receiving these instructions, Eren returns to spar with Kryde. Kryde steadies his stance, releases his aura, and tells Eren to prepare herself. He then charges forward, while Yurin and the others observe the spar from the walls. While calmly drinking juice, Yurin comments on how impressive it is and wonders since when Kryde became so skilled at controlling his aura. Kryde advances with intense presence, but Eren remains completely still. The moment Kryde swings his sword, Eren draws her blade and, going all out, defeats him in a single exchange. Kryde takes the hit and falls to the ground, while Eren calmly withdraws her sword. Kryde admits defeat, leaving Yurin deeply impressed by Eren's abilities. He remarks that he is getting goosebumps because her overall performance is becoming astonishing. Her quick sword trait has reached level 2, Clear Mirror and Still Water are both at level 3, and Aura Adaptation has reached level 2. Thinking about it, Yurin wonders when her Clear Mirror and Still Water traits improved so drastically. It is not just her speed, she can predict her opponent's sword path and respond instantly. With such abilities, Yurin can't help but feel as though the spar resembles a fight between a child and an adult. In sparring match number 2, Kryde loses. In sparring match number 3, Kryde loses once again. Kryde continues to lose, all the way up to sparring match number 9, and each time the result is the same. Watching from the side, Peru grows increasingly nervous and tells Yurin that he is completely overwhelming Kryde, as it is no longer even a contest. Despite hearing this, Yurin silently sips his juice. Peru continues, saying that Kryde must be in deep shock. Sitting on the ground in despair, Kryde finds it impossible to close the vast gap between himself and Eren. Yurin eventually steps down and tells Kryde that it is enough for today. Kryde looks up at him and asks whether it is even possible for him to defeat Eren. Throughout all the matches, Kryde could not even brush the hem of Eren's clothes. Yet Yurin still claims that Kryde has hidden potential. Yurin laughs lightly and reminds Kryde that he already said that the potential was hidden. He then turns and begins to walk away, asking Kryde whether he truly thinks such hidden potential would emerge so easily. Yurin tells him to trust him for now and continue sparring. Time passes, and on day 2 and day 3, Kryde continues to lose against Eren. The scene then shifts to Yurin, who is cultivating quietly. He suddenly opens his eyes when Commander Hans rushes into his room, announcing that they have a serious problem. Yurin rises from his bed, grabbing his robe, and asks Hans what is happening. Hans explains that the Bolloks have finally appeared. The two of them hurry to the wall, where Commander Hans points toward the sea. The Bolloks are rising above the water in large numbers. Seeing them, Yurin casually remarks that he has not seen those cute little Bolloks in quite some time. Commander Hans, however, is visibly distressed and fears the worst. Still smiling, Yurin asks Eren about Kryde's whereabouts. Eren replies that Kryde lost a match to her earlier and is still sitting on the beach in that condition. Yurin finds the timing perfect and instructs Eren to deliver something to him. Meanwhile, Kryde is sitting alone, claiming that he is completely hopeless. He is startled when Eren arrives, carrying an incredibly heavy sword. She tells him that Yurin ordered her to bring the sword and give it to Kryde because the Bolloks are approaching and Yurin wants Kryde to face them. Kryde is shocked by this and turns around to confirm what he heard. His shock deepens when he sees a massive surge of Bolloks moving toward them from the sea. Eren then relays another message from Yurin, telling Kryde that he must surrender his body to the smoke. Yurin instructed her to pass on that message and then return immediately. Kryde is left even more stunned as Eren runs back toward the gate, reassuring him that she will come to help if the situation becomes truly dangerous. Kryde stammers, asking her to assist him right away, as the situation is extremely perilous. However, seeing her ignore him and continue running makes him exclaim that this is too much, and he wonders how he is supposed to overcome such overwhelming numbers. Back on the wall, Yurin calmly observes Kryde. Commander Hans is visibly anxious and repeatedly urges Yurin to call for reinforcements, while Peru anxiously asks Yurin what they are going to do next. Kryde grips his sword while sitting on the ground. From the wall, Commander Hans watches in fear and urgently asks what they should do. Yurin silently observes Kryde, then suddenly smiles and says that the time has finally come. He raises his hand and signals Kryde to surrender himself to the smoke. In the novel, the Berserker trait holds immense potential, but the problem is that it rarely manifests due to the user's typically gentle nature. For example, Kryde becomes extremely embarrassed when someone enters the room while he is changing his shirt, often reacting timidly. The method to break the seal on the Berserker trait involves several steps. The first step is to reach a limit and overcome it. The second step is to face an even greater limit. Finally, one must fall into deep despair and reach a state of extreme sorrow and fear. Since the first two steps have already been achieved, Yurin activates his soul-killing smoke, which is at level 2. This ability spreads a hallucinogenic mist across a designated area, inducing fear and confusion. The smoke quickly covers the area where Kryde is standing. As Kryde notices the mist, his frustration and anxiety intensify. Soon after, he begins to see visions, including Eren telling him that Yurin has ordered him to submit to the smoke. Kryde is then confronted by memories from his childhood. He sees himself as a young boy, watching his father strike his mother in front of him. The younger Kryde cries and begs his father to stop, but his father ignores him and pushes him aside, asking mockingly what he plans to do about it. His father tells him that if the situation feels so unfair, then he should grow stronger and defeat him. The young Kryde cries, apologizes to his mother, and silently vows to become stronger so that he can protect her. As Kryde relives these memories, tears stream down his face. His anger intensifies when another vision appears, Eren defeating him repeatedly while mocking him for being unable to even brush her clothes and questioning his belief that he could ever become stronger. She declares that Kryde will never be powerful. Kryde tries to respond, but another vision appears. This time, Yurin enters and apologizes, claiming that he misjudged Kryde and that Kryde never had any potential to begin with. He calls Kryde weak and frail, stating that he will remain that way forever. Kryde sobs and denies these words, insisting that they are not true. Suddenly, images of his younger self and his mother appear once more, both crying and wounded, further overwhelming his mind. The younger Kryde reminds him that he promised to become stronger, while his mother pleads for him to protect her. Then Eren and Yurin reappear, taunting him and calling him a weakling who cannot even touch Eren's clothes. Yurin adds that Kryde will remain weak forever. Kryde desperately denies it, refusing to accept those words. When a berserker falls into a state of extreme sorrow and fear, that is when their true rage awakens. The smoke continues to spread and grow thicker, alarming Commander Hans. However, suddenly, the mist begins to dissipate, startling both Hans and Yurin. Hans asks what is happening, and Yurin smiles calmly, commenting that the process has succeeded. In the original novel, Clyde awakened his berserker trait after suffering the tragic loss of those close to him. This time, although the circumstances were artificially created, the awakening is successful. Clyde now appears enraged and unconscious of his surroundings. Noticing this, Commander Hans asks why Clyde is behaving so strangely. Yurin then raises his hand and withdraws the soul-killing smoke. As the smoke clears, Clyde notices the approaching Bollarks and releases an overwhelming aura, so intense that even the monsters become alert to his presence. Yurin smiles and tells Clyde to take up the flame spirit sword and drive them back. Clyde charges forward and begins overpowering the Bollarks with ease. Commander Hans watches in shock and asks how Clyde is able to handle several enemies at once. Clyde continues fighting, forcing the Bollarks into retreat. Commander Hans is stunned that Clyde managed to confront all of them on his own. Yurin calmly reminds him that he had already said Clyde could fight alone. Most of the Bollarks are either defeated or fleeing. However, as Yurin reflects on the situation, he realizes there is one lingering problem. Because Clyde's awakening was artificially induced, he may not be fully in control of his mind. After driving off the Bollarks, Clyde turns his attention toward Yurin and Eren, who are standing on the wall, and begins moving toward them aggressively. Just as Yurin anticipated, Clyde now perceives them as enemies as well. They need to restrain him without causing harm. Yurin knows this will not be easy, but Eren steps forward and declares that she will handle it. Yurin looks at her in confusion and asks whether she is confident she can subdue Clyde without injuring him after witnessing his overwhelming strength. Eren replies that while she does not know exactly what Yurin did to him, Clyde's sword path has not changed. Because of that, she believes she can stop him. Hearing this, Yurin begins to sweat slightly, then nods in agreement with her plan. Clyde, still in his berserk state after defeating the monsters, now heads straight toward Yurin and Eren, clearly intending to defeat them as well. Eren voluntarily steps onto the shore to stop Clyde before he can reach the others. As she draws her sword, she calmly compliments Clyde for the hard work he has done by taking down the Volok, and says that she will now subdue him while minimizing the pain as much as possible. However, no matter what she says, none of her words are able to reach Clyde in his current state. He charges toward her and swings his flame sword at her, but she easily dodges the attack. Clyde quickly follows up with another strike, but he is still unable to hit Eren as she leaps into the air using the power of the wind spirit. This makes Yurin extremely shocked, and she wonders when Eren became so skilled at handling the wind spirit to such an advanced level. As for Hans, all he can do is watch the battle with his mouth wide open in complete disbelief. Clyde grows even angrier the more his attacks fail to connect, and he attacks again with even greater force. However, this time the attack does not hit Eren at all, because what he strikes is only her afterimage created by the wind spirit. In the very next moment, Eren appears behind Clyde and uses the back of her sword to knock him down without causing serious harm. After taking the hit, Clyde appears to be in great pain and collapses onto the ground, clearly exhausted and disoriented. Eren then withdraws her sword and informs Yurin that she has successfully subdued Clyde without causing any serious injury. Not only are Peru and Hans shocked, but even Yurin is surprised and impressed, realizing just how strong Eren truly is. Yurin then calls out to Hans and says that this situation is very different from what Hans had previously told them. Hans had said that the monsters were right on their doorstep and would arrive in large numbers. Hans explains that it really was like that in the past, but this is the first time something like this has ever happened. Normally, once the monsters begin to appear, they continue pouring in non-stop for the entire day without giving anyone a chance to rest. After carefully listening and fully understanding the situation, Yurin asks the butler about how the performance of this mission is evaluated. The butler explains the first method, which is based on how many monsters were defeated, and then on how powerful those monsters were. The butler also explains that the results are judged by whether the city walls were perfectly defended and whether allied casualties were kept to a minimum. After understanding all the requirements, Yurin realizes that aside from the low monster count, everything else is essentially flawless. This response confuses the butler, because he believes it should be concerning for Yurin that no other monsters are coming. Yurin replies that it is quite unfortunate, but there is nothing that can be done, and a single expedition does not decide who becomes the successor anyway. The butler is amazed to see Urine remain calm, even in a situation like this, and comments that Urine truly has changed a great deal. Some time passes, and Clyde finally wakes up, looking completely confused. He then notices Erin standing in front of him and asks her what he was doing and why everyone is looking at him so seriously. She realizes that Clyde has finally come back to his senses, but Clyde is still confused about what happened and cannot clearly remember his actions. Erin asks him if he truly does not remember anything, and then reveals that he took down the Volux all by himself, saying that it was extremely impressive. Clyde becomes very shocked after hearing this, and feels completely amazed by what she tells him. However, Clyde then asks why the back of his head feels so strangely chilly and uncomfortable. Erin ignores that question and instead tells Clyde to hurry up, pull himself together, and then go eat with everyone. While rubbing the back of his head in confusion, Clyde stands up and decides to go together with Erin, still unsure about what just happened. But suddenly, Hans notices a monster approaching and shouts loudly to warn everyone. Urine immediately asks about the location of the monster, and Hans recognizes the creatures by the size of their fins, identifying them as sharkrai. They are marine monsters exceeding 2 meters in height. Each one has the head of a shark and arms and legs with terrifying physical strength. Because they will devour their prey whole with razor-sharp teeth if someone attempts close combat. Simply because their natural weapons are so large and dangerous, extreme caution is required when facing them. They possess physical skills like rage and steel fangs, as well as support-type skills such as reinforcement and acceleration, which make them even more dangerous in battle. Urine becomes excited after hearing about these traits, but this only makes Hans even more frightened, and he tells Urine not to speak so casually, explaining that each individual sharkrai possesses combat power equal to or even greater than a single high-ranking knight. The butler also speaks up, revealing that there has never been an instance where over 50 sharkrai appeared at once. Therefore, to defeat that many, the entire military force of the Marquis family would normally be required. The butler believes that this situation can no longer be considered a simple test, so he suggests that Urine abandon this location and retreat immediately for safety. The scene then shifts to Urine's knights, who are positioned much closer to the approaching monsters. While gripping his sword nervously, Clyde asks Erin what they should do, because the monsters are approaching far faster than the Volux did earlier. Urine thinks carefully and says that it would be difficult to hold them back with just Clyde and Erin alone. Hans, who is completely terrified, asks Urine what he means by that, and Urine then reveals that he will step in himself this time. This shocks both the butler and Hans, who did not expect him to take direct action. Urine tells them to watch him closely, and then he calls out to Agnes, deciding to try what they have prepared in advance. After that, Urine summons the ink-sealed phoenix. Hans asks what that is, but Urine ignores the question and instead tells the butler to keep his eyes wide open and count properly, because it will all be over in the blink of an eye. The butler immediately starts writing down the count, while Hans, clearly frightened, asks about the deafening roar coming from the object in Urine's hand. Urine then throws it straight toward the monsters. Sharks possess extraordinarily sharp auditory organs, and under normal circumstances, their exceptional hearing would be a tremendous advantage. However, against the sound produced by the ink whale, which is like a swarm of wailing insects echoing through the air, that same strength becomes a serious weakness. The movements of the sharkmen, known as sharkrai, are drastically slowed by the overwhelming noise of the ink whale, and because of this effect, Urine can easily defeat all of them in an instant. The reason for this is that the ink whale can continue circling its target and pursue them relentlessly without stopping. The ink whale continues eliminating the monsters with ease, while Urine laughs confidently and comments that everything is happening exactly as he anticipated. Then Urine asks the butler if he is counting properly. The butler confirms that he is and continues updating the number, which is now 44. Urine then calls back the ink whale and deliberately leaves 6 monsters for Erin and Clyde to defeat as part of their training. Clyde becomes nervous after hearing that order, but Erin shows strong resolve and immediately starts heading forward to face the remaining monsters. Clyde, still anxious, decides to gather his courage and attack together with Erin instead of holding back. While they are fighting the monsters, Urine asks the butler if that helps improve their performance record at least a little now. The butler gives his honest reply, saying that during the performance evaluation, he is worried that no one will believe such results if they only hear about it afterward. Yurin smiles and tells the butler not to worry, because there are several eyewitnesses present after all. The butler then congratulates Yurin, saying that with this mini shark ride defeated, Yurin is obviously among the current frontrunners. However, the butler soon notices that Yurin is not listening to him at all and calls out his name to get his attention. Yurin suddenly senses something approaching and immediately warns everyone about it. Yurin can feel that this presence has an aura even stronger than that of an orc warrior. Soon after, a massive shark-like monster appears in the ocean and emerges from the water, revealing tattoos on its arms and a bone-like weapon in its grasp. Hans becomes extremely frightened by its terrifying appearance and colossal size, because he has never witnessed anything like this before. The butler then remembers seeing a record of such a creature in the Rex family archives. A monster with a body exceeding 4 meters, the king's tattoos, and a sword forged from the spine of a gigantic beast. This description can only match the legendary Sharkrai King. A gigantic shark monster standing 4.5 meters tall, it possesses an overwhelming physique and the ability to manipulate aura. Its affinity is -100, and it is clearly focused on Yurin with hostile intent. The butler notices that the monster is staring straight at them. Realizing the danger, Yurin orders everyone to quickly fall back and get as far away from him as possible. But in the very next moment, while Yurin is still speaking, the monster rushes forward, and its attack is already about to reach the wall, directly aimed at Yurin. A cloud of dust rises after the impact, and the monster notices that Yurin has barely managed to dodge the attack in time. Yurin is shocked to discover that the monster can shatter the fortress wall with a single blow. He then lands on the shoreline, choosing to draw the monster away from the wall and into open space. The monster quickly follows after Yurin, moving so fast that it startles him, and Yurin summons the ink whale again while narrowly dodging another attack. However, even the ink whale has no effect on the weapon the monster is using. This leaves Yurin extremely shocked, and he wonders why the bone blade is so unbelievably hard and resistant. The monster prepares to attack Yurin once more, increasing the pressure even further and leaving Yurin feeling more frustrated as he realizes this fight will not be easy at all. Yurin quickly backs away, narrowly dodging the monster's incoming strike. Without hesitation, he activates his newly learned spell and lunges forward, striking at the creature with his dagger. The blade lands cleanly, and Yurin immediately follows up by using the serpent spear technique to restrain its movement. However, to his shock, the spell fails to take effect. The monster breaks free as if nothing happened and swings its massive bone blade toward Yurin in retaliation. Yurin can hardly believe that the spell dispersed almost instantly. Reacting on instinct, he dodges the attack once more and retreats, creating distance between himself and the monster. Frustration builds as Yurin realizes that the creature's resistance is far higher than expected, rendering his poison spell nearly ineffective. Recognizing that conventional tactics will not be enough, Yurin decides it is time to test his new weapon. The scene then shifts to a week earlier, when Yurin visited his blacksmith, Girinox. Yurin asked if Girinox could forge a weapon based on a specific design he had brought with him. Surprised, Girinox examined the blueprint and asked if Yurin had drawn it himself. He explained that the weapon was far from simple and described the designs as terrifyingly intricate daggers rather than ordinary blades. Yurin quietly reflects that, in the Eastern lands, such tools are known as concealed weapons. Girinox then asks when Yurin needs the weapons completed. Yurin calmly replies that Girinox can take his time, as there is no immediate deadline. However, Girinox suddenly remembers that young Master Yurin is scheduled to deploy in just a few days. Determined, Girinox declares that he will stay up all night if necessary to finish the weapons before Yurin leaves. Yurin responds happily, saying that would be perfect. Returning to the present, Yurin reflects that these weapons were made in preparation for encountering monsters like Envy, creatures that someone like Agnes, who can only transform into a single form, could never truly comprehend. These are the Tang clan's 12 concealed weapons, also known as the 12 Zodiac daggers. Without wasting a second, Yurin launches his attack. Each concealed weapon is imbued with both direct and curved trajectory traits, giving them properties similar to guided weapons. The daggers are masterfully forged, slipping through gaps in the monster's defenses and striking its weak points with precision. Every dagger lands successfully, and the monster is unable to dodge even a single one. Seeing that the weapon is working, Yurin feels a sense of relief. However, his relief is short-lived. The monster suddenly releases its aura at full force. Yurin is stunned and cannot believe just how resilient the creature is. As the monster charges forward once again and swings at him, Yurin narrowly dodges, convinced that the battle should already be over since the monster's movements have noticeably slowed. Each of the 12 daggers carries a different poison, one that no being should be able to resist, no matter how tough. Yet the monster continues to push forward, striking repeatedly as Yurin keeps evading. Eventually, the creature collapses to one knee, shocking everyone who witnesses the scene. Seizing the opportunity, Yurin does not hesitate. He delivers a single decisive strike, finally bringing down the boss monster, Agnes. After the battle ends, Yurin receives a reward in the form of a mysterious bead. As he picks it up, a voice announces that he has acquired a fragment of the shattered world. Yurin is stunned as he realizes that he is no longer at the shore and cannot understand where he has been transported. At that moment, the bead guides him toward a wall, and Yurin recognizes the split structure before him. The bead begins to glow, and Yurin receives a notification stating that he has contributed to the restoration of the world. Surprised by this revelation, another window appears, informing him that his aptitude has been analyzed and that rewards will be granted. Suddenly, Yurin hears a woman's voice announcing that the reward selection is complete and that death is approaching him. Yurin is left frozen in shock upon hearing these words. Suddenly, Yurin finds himself standing in the middle of a dense forest. Completely confused, he wonders what is happening so abruptly. Before he can gather his thoughts, a figure appears in front of him, his own doppelganger. Yurin is unable to understand what is happening, and at that moment, his doppelganger calmly states that it has finally begun. As Yurin looks up, a majestic mythical creature appears in the sky. He immediately recognizes it. It is a Qilin. Shocked and bewildered, Yurin wonders how such a creature could exist. He recalls how he has always admired mythical beasts from both Eastern and Western legends, and although he once sketched several concepts inspired by them, he never included a being like this in the novel he wrote. The situation feels unreal. Suddenly, Yurin's doppelganger performs a weapon summoning using Agnes. Yurin is stunned and questions whether his doppelganger truly intends to fight a divine beast head-on. He anxiously wonders what kind of weapon could possibly emerge. To Yurin's complete shock, an umbrella is summoned. Before he can react, the divine beast, Iglin, attacks the doppelganger with powerful lightning magic. Instantly, the doppelganger opens the umbrella and drives it firmly into the ground. The lightning strike is successfully blocked. Yurin quickly realizes that the umbrella functions as a lightning rod, absorbing the lightning and grounding it safely into the earth. Yurin is amazed by the idea and thinks to himself that it is absolutely brilliant. With this method, lightning-based attacks are rendered completely useless. Next, the doppelganger pulls out a dagger, and Yurin immediately recognizes it. Without hesitation, the doppelganger throws the dagger toward the divine beast and brings it down with a single decisive strike. Yurin can hardly believe what he is witnessing. However, the injured divine beast rises again, gathers its mana, and releases an intense burst of light that envelopes its entire body. Startled, both Yurin and his doppelganger shield their eyes. When Yurin opens his eyes once more, he is stunned to see the divine beast charging forward and striking the doppelganger with its antlers. At that exact moment, Yurin hears a voice announcing that the playback is complete and that the Eye of the Future, which reveals death, has ended. Instantly, Yurin returns to the present. The guard and the butler rush toward him, urgently asking if he has been injured anywhere. Yurin calmly replies that he is fine. Hans remarks that it was incredible for Yurin to defeat such a terrifying monster, while the butler expresses shock at just how massive the creature truly is. Yurin then asks Peru whether he disappeared for a moment. Confused, Peru replies that young Master Yurin had been fighting the boss monster until just now. Hearing this, Yurin confirms that he understands. Peru then points out that Clyde and Aaron have nearly finished their tasks as well. He praises Yurin, stating that he truly possesses remarkable knights and that his eye for talent is exceptional. Hans then suggests that everyone should return and rest for now. As they walk away, Yurin reflects that the vision he witnessed was something only he experienced. Knowing about his future death feels like an incredibly unsettling reward. Still, at least he can prepare himself if he ever encounters a Qilin again. Yet questions linger. What was that white room, and what was that strange gap? Yurin begins to doubt whether this world is truly the novel he once wrote. After that incident, 3 days pass with only minor skirmishes. 1 week later, everyone gathers at the Marquis family's assembly point at Haiwa Port. The Marquis thanks everyone for returning alive and unharmed, praising them for their efforts. Yurin responds modestly, but points out that the Marquis himself took on the most difficult position. Smiling, the Marquis replies that such responsibility is simply his duty. He then reminds everyone that this campaign was the first test to determine a successor and announces that the evaluation will begin immediately. The Marquis starts with the youngest son, Rayon. The butler steps forward and reports that Lord Rayon was in charge of the southern wall and defended it perfectly. Rayon's soldiers cheer loudly. The butler continues, stating that Rayon defeated 1,854 Bolak, 467 Mantar, and 341 Karain, along with 22 higher-ranked monsters known as Sharkrai. According to the traditional scoring system recorded in the Marquis family archives, Bolak are worth 1 point each, Mantar 3 points, Karain 5 points, and Sharkrai 30 points each. The Marquis is surprised to hear that Rayon defeated Sharkrai as well. Rayon's total score is announced as 5,620 points, causing his soldiers to cheer once again. The Marquis praises Rayon for his hard work. Next comes Colin. The butler reports that Lord Colin also defended his wall perfectly. His defeated monsters include Bolak, Mantar, and Karain, along with 35 Sharkrai, giving him a total score of 7,354 points. Colin's soldiers cheer enthusiastically, and the Marquis remarks that this is an impressive result, noting that Colin defeated even more monsters than the Marquis himself. Colin smirks upon hearing this. Finally, Yurin's evaluation begins. The butler states that the wall under Yurin's command was destroyed. Hearing this, Colin bursts into laughter, while Rayon tells him to stop. Yurin thinks to himself that Colin clearly has not learned his lesson yet. The butler then continues, explaining that Yurin defeated 1,332 Bolak, 281 Mantar, and 197 Karain, along with an astonishing 169 Sharkrai. Everyone is left in shock as the final score is announced. Yurin's total comes to 8,230 points. The hall falls into stunned silence as the butler finishes reading the results. No one can believe what they just heard. According to the report, Yurin defeated 169 Sharkrai during the trial. The number alone is enough to make the gathered knights exchange uneasy glances. Colin, visibly confused, immediately questions it. How could Yurin possibly defeat that many monsters with only a small group accompanying him? The scale sounds impossible. The butler calmly clears his throat and adds that there is actually one correction to the announcement. Hearing that, Colin exhales in relief and remarks that he knew something was wrong. There is no way Yurin could have eliminated that many monsters. Surely there has been an exaggeration. But the butler's next words only deepen the shock. He explains that in addition to the 169 Sharkrai, Yurin also defeated a Sharkrai king at the end of the battle. According to the official records, defeating a Sharkrai king is worth 10,000 points. With that included, Yurin's total score amounts to 18,230 points. The room goes completely quiet. Colin is left speechless for a moment before finally blurting out that it must be a lie. He challenges the butler directly, insisting that the claim is impossible. Even defeating over 1,000 Sharkrai would be hard to believe. So how could one person achieve something on this scale? The butler responds calmly. He admits that he also found the report difficult to believe at first. That is precisely why he prepared proof. With a gesture, attendants bring forward the remains of the Sharkrai king. The knights gasp. For many of them, it is the first time seeing a Sharkrai king up close. The sheer size alone makes it unmistakable. The creature is at least 3 times larger than a normal Sharkrai, its massive frame confirming the authenticity of the claim. The butler then presents another piece of evidence, the enormous bone sword that the Sharkrai king wielded. He respectfully addresses the Marquis, pointing out that the records describe sharkrai as creatures exceeding 3 meters in length, and that their king carries a distinctive bone blade exactly like this one. The Marquis nods. Of course, he remembers the records well. The butler further explains that he has already sent the remains to the estate for preservation and research, in case they hold any strategic value. Once examined thoroughly, there will be no doubt left. The Marquis waves his hand, stopping him. There is no need to go that far. They have known each other for years, and he trusts the butler's judgment. Philo then steps forward and adds more context. The Sharkrai king destroyed part of the defensive wall with a single leap. If young Master Urin had not intervened and defeated it at that moment, the station forces would have faced severe danger. Colin still struggles to process everything he is hearing. The Marquis turns to Urin and asks a direct question. Did he use the special ability he had demonstrated before? Urin answers calmly that he did. Hearing this, the Marquis looks impressed. He remarks that just imagining what might have happened without Urin's presence is unsettling. The outcome could have been disastrous. Urin responds modestly, saying the Marquis is giving him too much credit. He simply did what was necessary. Then, in a surprising turn, Urin walks over to Colin and asks him what he should call him now. Colin hesitates for a moment before reluctantly addressing him as my great older brother. However, Urin does something unexpected. He says that, honestly, awarding 10,000 points for the Sharkrai King seems excessive. In his opinion, it was not that difficult of a battle. So he proposes counting it as only 1 point instead. Colin looks utterly confused. Urin continues, explaining that even if the Sharkrai King is reduced to a single point, he would still have around 8,000 points, while Colin has 7,000. As Colin's older brother, he had actually hoped Colin would win. Unfortunately, it did not turn out that way. With a faint smile, Urin adds that he feels like he cleared the first test far too easily. Colin's frustration becomes obvious. Hearing Urin downplay the achievement only irritates him further. Urin calmly adds that he hopes the second test will be a closer match, something more competitive and enjoyable. With a faint smile, he tells Colin to try harder next time. The Marquis steps in at that moment, nodding in agreement. Urin is correct. This expedition is only the first test. In truth, it is more than just an evaluation. The Marquis explains that his true intention was for his sons to gain real battlefield experience. As the ruler of rocks, he must lead forces against endless waves of monsters every single year. The title of Marquis may appear glamorous from the outside, filled with honor and prestige, but the reality is far from comfortable. Behind the brilliance lies immense responsibility. Protecting the territory, safeguarding its people, and preparing for constant threats is not an easy burden to bear. After saying this, the Marquis turns and announces that they will continue discussing the results of the test once they return home. For now, there is still one final task to complete. Before it gets too late, he instructs everyone to board the ship waiting behind him. The vessel is no ordinary ship. It is enchanted with advanced stealth magic, allowing it to sail through nearby seas without being detected by marine monsters. Their final mission here is to inspect the surrounding waters while traveling along the coast. As the group boards the ship, Peru looks around in awe. He is clearly impressed by its design and craftsmanship. He also notices several mages stationed on deck. Considering the ship operates through magical enchantments, it makes perfect sense that skilled magic users are present to maintain its functions. While observing the Water Dragon Knight Order aboard the vessel, Urin suddenly notices a familiar face among them. It is Rekka Aloin. The moment their eyes nearly meet, Urin senses unmistakable killing intent radiating from him. The hostility is sharp and direct. Urin deliberately avoids staring back for too long, recognizing that Rekka's intent is anything but friendly. Shortly after departure, the Marquis calls Urin, Colin, and Rayon to gather around him. He begins explaining the geography of the region, emphasizing that understanding the terrain and surrounding islands will be useful in the future. Pointing toward a distant landmass, he identifies it as Polian Island, a place known to be inhabited by numerous manters. He continues describing trade routes, monster habitats, and strategic locations, offering detailed insights as they sail. Watching this scene unfold, Urin can't help but comment that it looks almost like a father taking his sons on a trip. Yurin then turns to Eren and casually asks whether she gets seasick. Eren replies that she rarely does. Arya, standing nearby, speaks up as well. She admits that just a few months ago, she never imagined she would be standing here like this, traveling alongside Yurin on such an expedition. Hearing that, Yurin smiles softly. Arya thanks him sincerely for giving her the opportunity to become a knight. She explains that in recent days, she has learned so much, not just about combat, but about what true happiness feels like. Yurin responds modestly, saying that if that is the case, then it is rewarding for him as well. But the peaceful atmosphere does not last long. Suddenly, the ship begins to shake violently. The Marquis looks around in confusion, asking what is happening. It feels as though they have struck something beneath the surface. Without warning, a massive creature erupts from the ocean. Yurin's eyes widen in shock. It is a sea serpent. The enormous monster lets out a deafening roar and unleashes a thick mist toward the ship. The fog spreads rapidly across the deck. One by one, the knights begin to feel weak, and they collapse to the ground, including the Marquis himself. Amid the chaos, however, Yurin remains standing. A notification appears before him. Sea Serpent Mist Poison Absorbed. Skill level has reached the 5th star. While everyone else succumbs to the toxic mist, Yurin's abilities grow stronger. As the poisonous mist spreads across the deck, Yurin immediately understands the situation. Without hesitation, he activates his newly strengthened poison absorption ability. A faint energy gathers around him as he begins drawing in the toxic mist instead of resisting it. At the same time, the sea serpent lets out a low roar, then unexpectedly turns and dives back into the ocean. But the danger is far from over. Across the ship, knights and mages collapse one after another, weakened by the lingering poison. Even the Marquis struggles to remain conscious. Watching his men fall, he feels a deep sense of regret. Is this how everything ends? Because of a single miscalculation at sea? Just as despair begins to take hold, Yurin steps forward. He approaches the Marquis and calmly tells him not to worry. There is no need for despair. The Marquis, barely able to move, is confused. How is Yurin still standing? How is he unaffected? Before he can even finish the question, Yurin unleashes his enhanced technique. In an instant, the surrounding poison is absorbed into him and neutralized. The Marquis feels the weakness leave his body almost immediately. His strength returns as if nothing had happened. Without wasting time, Yurin informs him that he will go and treat the others. They do not know when the sea serpent will resurface, so the defenses must be prepared at once. He asks the Marquis to organize the defensive formation while he handles the recovery. As Yurin continues absorbing the toxic mist, notifications appear before him. His poison absorption proficiency increases, along with several related techniques. Internally, he realizes this situation is almost like a jackpot. Every person affected by the mist becomes an opportunity for growth. By purifying the poison, he is effectively gaining valuable experience. He quickly moves to one of the fallen mages and begins treating him. The mage weakly protests, telling Yurin to stop saying foolish things. This is not a toxin that ordinary detoxification magic can handle. But before he can argue further, the poison vanishes from his system. The mage sits up in shock, fully healed. He stares at Yurin in disbelief. Not only did young Master Yurin neutralize the poison instantly, but he also demonstrates mastery beyond ordinary magical capability. Yurin instructs him to regroup with the other mages and prepare the ship's magic barrier. The stunned mage nods and rushes off to comply. The scene then shifts to Rekka, the knight who harbors hostility toward Yurin. As he struggles against the poison, dark thoughts fill his mind. He cannot die here. Not after everything he has endured. He worked tirelessly to earn his promotion so he could support his mother and younger siblings. Just as his strength fades, Yurin appears beside him. With a simple activation of his technique, the poison is absorbed and dispelled. Rekka feels the pain disappear almost instantly. Shocked, he realizes he has been completely healed. Yurin speaks firmly. If Rekka has regained his senses, he must quickly prepare the archers. If the sea serpent returns, ranged attacks will be critical. His role is important. Rekka hesitates only briefly before responding. Understood. Next, Yurin approaches his brothers, Rayon and Colin. He heals Rayon efficiently, then walks past Colin without stopping. Panicking, Colin quickly calls out, addressing him as his great older brother and asking to be healed as well. Yurin turns back with a small smile and assures him that of course he will take care of his little brother too. Moments later, the ocean begins to churn again. The sea serpent resurfaces. The Marquis immediately commands everyone into defensive positions. The creature had clearly expected the crew to be incapacitated by now, but instead, it finds a fully prepared formation awaiting it. Angered, the sea serpent unleashes another wave of poisonous mist. This time, however, the mist crashes against the fully activated magic barrier and disperses harmlessly. The Marquis declares that they may have been caught off guard earlier, but they will not make the same mistake twice. Rekka, now steady and focused, orders the archers to fire at once. A volley of arrows strikes the sea serpent, causing it to recoil. Stunned, the massive creature dives back beneath the waves once again. The Marquis watches the waters cautiously. Did it retreat again? Yurin shakes his head. No, the sea serpent is circling below, searching for another opportunity. Standing firmly at the center of the deck, Yurin raises his voice and tells everyone to stay alert. The creature will surface again soon. Then he activates another technique, flower butterfly. A luminous butterfly-shaped aura glides gently over the ocean's surface. Yurin calmly explains that the sea serpent will surge up directly beneath where the butterfly lands. As if drawn by instinct, the serpent bursts upward from the exact spot beneath the glowing butterfly. But the moment the butterfly touches the creature's body, a powerful explosion erupts. The massive serpent crashes back into the water. The crew stares in disbelief. The terrifying sea serpent, defeated. As its enormous body sinks, Yurin notices something familiar emerging from the aftermath. Just like when he defeated the Sharkrai King, a small transparent bead floats into view. And once again, Yurin realizes that this battle has yielded far more than just victory.